Wow.
Focus on helping a grieving father or force me to put you firmly in your place. Your choice.
He's a sick bastard.
This
it was a veiled threat. This
you
message
guys.
confirms the veiled threat in the last
telling you
message.
he's gonna put you in your place. What a little bitch. To your motherfucking wife that way, bitch, but you ain't gonna talk to me that way. Promise you that.
July 14th.
I'm getting little peen energy from this gentleman. Little peen energy.
Oh yeah, we saw it. We saw it. It's tiny.
So it hangs a little to the right too. So then on July 19th, okay, I was live on my iPad, okay, and I sent this text message because someone messaged me and said that Tony, Chase, and Ocean were allegedly talking about my daughter. So I said, you guys are pathetic talking about my daughter. I'll give you a tour of my trailer in my yard tomorrow so y'all can stop running your mouth about my house, saying my house is full of dog shit and piss, whatever. You all crossed the line, you, Ocean, and Chase. And then not even seconds later, like I'm going to say within 2 minutes.
I don't know what you guys think that you're doing.
I was live.
Hold on. I don't know what you guys think
Let
you're doing.
me pause this. Because this is the order that it happened, and I like to come correct. I'm live. It's, this was actually 1:19 a.m. Someone screen recorded this. So if you go back to that picture, it was within whatever, couple minutes. So this is the call. I'm on live. He calls my phone. Someone sends this to me. So obviously, like, I didn't record his phone.
Welcome in, M16. He says that the E family are Betty's supporters. They were in court for her the last time. They have a suck-up channel that has Nick's attorneys on for clout. That was crazy. Did she tell him that she was live? I do like this. She didn't record it. He recorded it apparently. Because she goes into let me check just for a second here. Because she made a comment right here. Misinformation of recorded call, which it wasn't. Kodo did that on purpose. She put recording in quotes because she knew that it wasn't Barbecue Lady that actually recorded it. The call was him calling me on my cell phone while I was on TikTok live. I didn't record shit. So it's Tony, or no, this is her TikTok live, and he calls into her on her cell phone while she's live. So then did Tony know she was live? I'm pretty sure that he did. Yes. He was probably watching her and called in. So yeah. Anyways, let's keep going here.
His phone call. This is obviously sent to me, but it's two parts.
What you guys think that you're doing?
Hold on 1 second. Air Force Vet. She said all of this has been sent to the law enforcement, so it's all been turned over to the police already.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, she said she sent this to Ellie. Yep. I just went. The chat was asking and saying you should send this to law enforcement.
There is going to be, oh my God. Barbecue was on a live, and TikTok Tony was also on TikTok watching another live. They also have to be overgrown kids in adult bodies, in my opinion, because that isn't a real man, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. I can spell everyone. I just typically cannot type. No worries. Just crazy stuff. So, okay, let's keep on going here.
Enforcement, because it involves your child and stuff, but you already have, right? So you've already turned all of everything over.
Everything's been turned over.
Right, which is why there is a criminal investigation. Well, that's not the reason why, but that goes with the criminal investigation that's going on. I'm sure they put that right on in that little file.
Yeah. All right, let me start over then. It's two parts because
I don't know what you guys think that you're doing. Hold on just a second. No, I'm not going to hold on. I don't know what you guys think you're doing, but you're calling my daughter fat and lazy, and your little 2 a.m. girls are over there saying they're going to cut my fucking brakes.
Who is live right now?
That fat bitch can't even get underneath the car.
I've literally been watching.
Why are you guys saying that you're going to have somebody cut my fucking brakes? Why are you calling my daughter fat, lazy, and unmotivated? And why are you saying my house is full of dog shit and piss and so is my backyard? That's what I want to know. You and Ocean and Chase, Tony.
Stephanie, listen to me.
No, you guys have fucking doxed me. Your little bitches have put my business, my personal fucking business. You had somebody call my fucking phone the other day and call me the N-word. It's your account. You run the Harley Guy account. I've reported all this shit to my attorney. Tony.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I have been watching RNC with my wife all night. I have not been on TikTok. I have not talked to these girls tonight at all.
I'm laughing at myself.
If somebody's doing that, I don't even know who's live right now to know which one you're talking about.
I'm not talking about a live, Tony. I'm talking about all the shit you have puppeteered and puppet mastered with all your little friends. Okay? Tell me this. Just tell me this. Tell me this. Just tell me this. Did you have access to the Harley Guy account?
It's crazy when you like listen to what Tony is saying, listen to the things that he's saying and stuff like that. He is such a manipulator. Like you just listen to his words and also
Sick. Yeah,
absolutely. And also I'm wondering why
his dirty little grubby hands. There's a whole bunch of grubby hands everywhere right now, trying to get everybody up in arms. Like I said, everybody's up in arms, doesn't know which end is what. You know what I mean? And it's crazy to watch everybody seem like everybody's like feels like they don't know which way to look and look up, look down, look to the side. They don't know where to look. You know?
Yeah. Jillian, I was wondering that too, like if his wife knows about his late night doings online. If you listen to him, he's talking quite quietly. He seems to be talking really, really quietly. Like he doesn't want to, he's just trying to be quiet so that other people don't hear that he's actually on the phone or whatever. But he seems to be talking really quiet. But then he gets loud. So, yeah.
The guy account.
I got some
Listen to me.
Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me because I've got a handful of people that have said from your group chats that you had access to that.
I will tell you this. I promise you, Almighty Children, the Harley account has nothing to do with Seth or I.
He sounds so creepy.
Then whose is it?
I have no clue.
What was that, sweetheart?
I said he sounds so creepy, dude.
Yeah, he does. Who was the woman with Betty, Seth, and Tony in the court the other day? Tony's girlfriend, or was it his wife? I'm not too sure about that. I don't want to answer that question because I can assume that's it. So, I would guess that's his wife does not know. I don't imagine that she would be okay with that. It's gross.
Clue whose it is.
Neither.
If you can let that the account back to me, I'll give you $10,000.
I don't want your money. I don't need your money.
Did you hear that? What the fuck? Okay, let's listen to that one more time.
That's a lie.
Then whose is it?
I have no clue whose it is.
Neither.
If you can let that the account back to me, I'll give you $10,000.
I don't want your money. I don't need your money. I got my own
I'm
money.
gonna pause that right there because he said
It is. If you can let that the account back to me, I'll give you $10,000.
he said if you can link that account back to me, I'll give you $10,000.
I don't want your money. I don't need your money. I got my own money. Remember, I got a puppy mill going on.
But you and I had a civil conversation. It's not Seth's account. It's not my account.
Then whose is it? Whose is it?
No clue.
Well, what would I tell? What would you say? What would you say if I have a screenshot of the chat saying that Seth made that account? You took the account over. So whose is it? Ocean's or Chase's? Whose is it?
You don't have it from my chat.
Whose is it?
It's never even been talked about.
Whose is it? Whose is it? Why do you guys play fucking games like this? It's so petty. You guys, literally, you and your little fucking people are over there talking about me, talking about my mom, talking about my daughter. No, I am. Yeah, because literally, you and your little fucking people are over there talking about me, talking about my mom, talking about my daughter. No, I am. Yeah, because you can talk all calm because you're a fucking narcissist or psychopath or something.
I told you if you didn't talk about me, I wouldn't talk about you. And I haven't.
I'm allowed to talk about whatever I want to talk about. You're the one messaging me fucking threatening ass shit.
Because you told me that you wouldn't talk about me if I didn't talk
Just
about
admitted
you.
to the
You didn't
threat.
keep your word.
You know what? You didn't keep your word. You fucking lied and said.
Watcher, I do believe that Terry Lynn was there. I'm pretty sure that she was. Yes, I think so. That I think I can answer. But don't take my word for it. But I'm pretty sure I heard that she was there. So yeah.
all those people were in the phone call, and none of them were. Only Ocean was, and you fucking lied to me.
I didn't lie to you.
You're a liar.
Chase.
You're a liar because I talked to Caps and Bertha. They weren't even on the phone call.
Let me tell you something.
Oh my God.
The phone call was initiated, all 6 people.
And only one person answered.
I was driving, and I saw 6 people that were invited to the call. I thought we were all talking, but Chaps and Bertha lied to you. They were on that call. The only one that wasn't was Chase.
Where's your proof, Tony?
This digging that you're talking about, I'm telling you right now that the 2 that were doing all the personal digging were those 2.
Okay. And Phoenix and Ocean and Chase were in little.
They didn't do things to hurt you, but they didn't do the personal stuff.
They all did. Chase out fucking lies talking about me. Literally talking about me.
Where's this coming from today? Because
Tony will throw anybody under the bus to deflect from him, and he's a grimy little, you know what?
Yeah, he is.
He's like the rust on the bottom of the barrel. He's not even the bottom of the barrel. He's like the rust at the bottom.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Did you see the back chat?
Very schemy, very manipulative. You know, he thinks he's Betty. He thinks he's smarter than everybody else. And
he's gross.
You know,
and you know what's funny is that they're all talking about each other behind each other's backs, because she says it on here too. Remember, she's showing that Pictionary thing, and they're all talking bad about Betty too. And they're supposed to be her friend. See, that's what happens when you be sideways and you're not on the up and up. When you're grimy, you hang with the rest of the slime. You know.
Yeah, that's right. Hello, Have Faith. How are you? Good to see you. Chaos, good to see you. Captain Ganja, I don't think I've had a chance to say hello to you either. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. It's the dipshit show. I don't know. We're watching some fuck shit around here, so, you know.
Because today, I have not heard from any of these girls today, other than Maddie, who's my friend. So I don't know where.
I don't even know who that is.
Well, that's it. She doesn't do anything to
Hey,
you.
Donna.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Yeah, but it's not anybody.
You need to rein in your shit, okay? Because if you want to trudge down this hill and you want everybody to be supportive and all this stuff, and you're on set.
I don't care. I don't care who's supportive. I give you my word. I would not talk.
You're interrupting me, first of all. Yeah, you had everybody else do it. You had a texting conversation. You had a texting conversation with numerous people, and you said, "I want you to dig." Where's the other part of this? Hold on.
This is a lot, you guys.
Hold on, I'm going to get this right now. Just pause me for a second.
You may have to
I
watch
might have it in my own fucking screen recordings, but hold on.
Grasp.
Actually, I do have it. I'm just going to pull it up because I sent it to Sumner County.
I was just saying, you might have to watch.
Brandy Wine says she's confused. So it's basically, it's showing the F stuff of Tony Mathis and the sideways stuff that he does, and he gets other people to do his dirty deeds or whatever, but he's really the puppet master behind it all. And like getting information and people's personal information. I guess they're trying to expose her personal life, whatever's transpired in her life that's not, she didn't really, want out there. It's not anybody's business. And he's over there trying to put it all out there and like just trying to silence her.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. M16 says Tony called her. She was on live. She recorded. She says she didn't record it, so I think it was just caught on her live. She supposedly has a C&D now, and is raising $25,000 for an attorney. Yes, and I saw the GoFundMe. I don't have the link for it or anything, but I saw it. I believe that Queen showed it tonight because Barbecue Lady was jumped up on her channel because they were talking about everything. And she went up there to like explain some stuff, but she didn't really answer too many. She didn't really answer, all the questions, kind of. So it seemed a little.
There's so much going on, and it's all going on at one time, and that's what I'm saying. There's certain puppet masters that are behind all this that is causing all this confusion, and they're doing it on purpose. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know who, I don't know what, I can't pinpoint, but there's puppet masters right behind all this, and it's causing everybody to be in an uproar.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, County Police Office. So let me.
That's fine. I got the screen up. So whenever you're ready, just tell me and I'll put it back down.
All right.
So this is a call between you and Tony Mathis.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Just wanted to put that out there for the chat too, and anybody listening to the replay.
I got to go to my sent folder because I'm trying to see what email I sent it to Sumner County.
What a complete scumbag. Like, this guy is like, pretends that, I don't want the drama we don't like. And then he's behind the fucking scenes doing all these fucking shenanigans behind the fucking, having his little minions doing all his work for him to cause drama. What a piece of shit this guy is. Like, an absolute piece of shit.
Voices, it's now changed the GoFundMe. How did it change? What changed? Voices knows. What changed, honey?
Voice of, yeah, she's a she's a special private eye of private eyes.
She knows everything. I don't know. Voices is like
she deciphers stuff quick.
Yeah. Oh, the description changed. Oh, she removed Sebastian's name now. I just pinned the link if you want to come up, Voices. The description changed. Okay, she removed Sebastian's name. I know that when I was watching Queen earlier, that when that was showing and stuff like that, she was getting a lot of flack in the chat for her having Sebastian's name in there. Let me get my laptop. Okay, sounds great. So, yeah, she was definitely getting a lot of flack in the chat. Everybody was like, if it's not about, if you're not trying to make money on Sebastian, then take his fucking name out of there, So she was definitely getting a lot of flack. I was watching that in the chat for sure.
Yeah.
So
I don't know too much, I just, like I said, I just know there's a whole bunch of stuff and it's purposely being manufactured and yeah, it's all, I can't say what, like I said, I am going to keep repeating it because I can't say what is what and who is who, but I know that I know who my people are. Like you're my girl.
Yeah.
I know who I trust.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, thick as thieves with you.
Hello, darling. How are you? Hi.
The description changed. She took Christian's name out of it.
Right.
So that and took like that big long thing that was read at the beginning. She's taken that out, which really, I mean, I can appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And she only got it so that, it's so that she can fight this federal lawsuit. But I think people should be a little more cautious. Like, I agree it's a little trolling, but look, supervillains have attorneys also, right?
Yeah.
Voices. Somebody pointed out somebody's, I don't know if you can see in the back chat, I don't know if I put it, but somebody has something on the community page. And you know that the thing that Betty recently showing on her little, how she has that green screen and she had that picture and she says, call 1-800-TELL-DOG or whatever she's saying. And if you, so from what I understand, and I don't quote me, and I'm not saying it's 100%, but that Mr. Hat Guy, his personal information is in that line too, in that post, in that little poster saying to call 1-800-TELL-DOG, and it has his personal information.
It would not surprise me.
So
it just would not surprise me. Yeah, that was all I had seen, Wispy, was that right at the end, before she ended, somebody said, hey, check that GoFundMe, and it had changed again. So that was it.
Right.
That was it.
All right. Well, good for her. I mean, I give kudos to her for listening to the, a little bit of backlash that she got. Well, a little bit more than little, but I kudos to her for listening to people and making a change, I guess,
Absolutely.
I still kind of question a little bit, but, at least she was respectful enough to take Sebastian's name out of it. That's for sure.
Well, and that's really the important thing, is that nobody should be using that. Especially if it's for a C&D. And in my opinion, if it's for a C&D, easiest thing is to pay attention to what the C&D says and follow what's written in it, so that you don't end up going down a legal highway that people are going to have to pay for you to get out of. That's my opinion.
Right.
That's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
When it comes to a missing child, a frivolous lawsuit is something totally different, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's how I feel
And
about
all can come to light. You know, they'll all show themselves. You know, eventually the grass will get cut and the snakes will come out of the grass. You know.
I'm not so worried about the snakes.
Yeah.
I'm more worried about the rats. You know, snakes eat
Yeah,
rats.
that's true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Anyway, thanks for letting me come up and sit with you, Wispy. I appreciate that.
Oh, well, thanks for coming up and updating us. I appreciate it for sure.
Have a good night.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna go.
Anytime.
Oh, I have to show you before I leave. Check out what I made. Whoops, I have to show you before I leave. Check out what I made this evening.
Oh, how cute!
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, mushroom.
House and their little mushrooms. And look, there's a little itty bitty ladybug.
And it's like a little whiskey art deco.
Bug on there. How cute. Oh my gosh. I love when you make those stuff. It's awesome.
I'm working on
Super
bats.
cute.
I'm working on
yeah,
bats.
for Halloween. Yeah.
That's gonna be a good stress reliever for you, huh? Voices.
What's
doing
that?
Doing your crafts and stuff is a good stress reliever for you.
Oh
Yeah,
my
like-
god, that goes so cute.
And it has a tea light in it.
Oh,
I was gonna say, does it have a little light in it?
It does. Hang on a second, I'll turn it on. That's what the bats will have inside of them too. They'll have a little light.
Oh my god. That is adorable.
So voices, Whiskey saw one of your old toys. It's an old vintage toy, and she's like, "How does she have all these vintage toys?" So I'm curious.
Yeah.
How you have
Yeah.
Because we're in the process of selling my grandmother's house, and all of the toys were our childhood toys. And so as we were packing things, she was finally willing to let them get parted out. And I have a girlfriend that has very young babies, and I've got the tote of toys sitting here for the next time I see her when she comes into town. So that's why.
you were playing with them on a live, and Whiskey's like, "Oh my god, where did she get that?"
I know, right? Because I like old toys, so they were pretty cool. They reminded me of like when I was a kid, or childhood toys that I used to have stuff. So
that's the
the ones when they were actually durable, the durability, the wear factor, they're still good,
It's what is it? It's the Tupperware Noah's Ark, the Tupperware school bus, a little people's playhouse.
The
and then
Tupperware.
Anyway, so that's
Is that like the Tupperware party things?
Yep, that's exactly where they came from. My mom and my grandma sold Tupperware for a while.
Oh, cool.
All right, I'll let you get back to the show. I'm gonna listen while I eat my supper and then crawl into bed. So thank you, Whiskey.
all right. Thank you,
Bye.
sweetheart. Have a great night. She's adorable. I love her.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Which one was I on? I don't even know.
You were on barbecue.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, we're only about halfway through. So you keep your hats on, you guys. Keep your seatbelts on and your hats on. Good night, Watcher. Thanks for coming in. And somebody else had said that they were gonna good night, that they were gonna go.
And the next one that I want to review with you, I don't know if you want to review it tonight, but it's not too long, but it will blow people's mind and it will make you irate once you hear it.
Yes. And okay, that's that link that you gave me.
Yeah, if you look in the back chat, what I put in there, what it's about. I think I gave it to you in your Gmail, but I recorded it and I got it because I was going to do it on my.
It opened. It worked this time. So yeah, awesome. Yeah, we can go over it. What time is it? It's only 10:30. It's early. I usually am just starting right now. So yeah. All right, let's go, kids. Here we go.
Piece of shit. And that's probably, that makes sense why you allied with fucking Betty. They're both fucking, you buy with your tribe. as Jules says, you're vibing with your tribe. You know, you're both bringing drama. You're both bringing bullshit into this whole situation. And I'm glad more people are seeing. I think like even Brittany J's like, he lied to me. He's a piece of shit. And I'm glad she's seeing it. I'm glad some people are seeing it and not just over here.
You guys.
Sorry, I'm trying to find which one it is.
I'll shut up immediately.
Oh, that's all right.
No, you're good. I just have to download it. I'll mute myself till I get on.
Yeah, as soon as you're ready, I'll shut up because obviously people want to hear you, not me. Let's be real.
Well, why would we not need to do that?
I don't want people to hear me. I just want that motherfucker exposed for who he really is and what he really does.
Oh, fuck right. And you finish looking for that call. While you're doing that, I'm gonna read over these messages. You already read this one, right? This I don't give a shit about your phony office depot. Okay, we'll let this play through then because she we'll get to after the call or whatever, right? This is about here, right?
Yep, we should be right in here.
Isn't it like this guy? How old is Tony? Is he 44?
No, he's in his 50s.
Hey, Earth, I see you in here. Hi, sweetheart. Hello, Katie K. Hello, you guys. Good to see you.
Peace.
Oh, I was about to say the man looked like this. But why is a 50-year-old man?
Okay, I got it.
And that's when all the shit started. Dude, I've got...
So this, I have to pull this up because I actually sent this to Sumner County Sheriff. Obviously, you can see that. Well, I just put my name on there. I don't give a fuck, actually, but whatever.
You need to rein in your shit, okay? Because if you want to...
Can you edit that out?
Yeah, when we're done, yeah.
Supportive and all this stuff, and you're on set.
I don't care who's supportive. I give you my word. I would not talk.
You're interrupting me, first of all. Yeah, you had everybody else do it. You had a texting conversation with numerous people, and you said, I want you to dig up dirt on blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 and I was one of them. And you guys came after me because I said an opinion that I thought Seth was taking advantage of this whole situation as a money grab. And that's what I said. And that's when the bullshit fucking started. And I'm allowed to have an opinion. Anyone is allowed to have an opinion.
Your opinion.
And that's when all the shit started. Dude, I've got so many fucking people. I've been doxxed. This is your little crew. You picked them.
It's not my little
You talk to them all the time. You just love Ocean. These are your late night girls. I mean, literally, like, that's all they fucking talk about is you, Tony.
You sit on lives all day and night and talk shit about people. I mean, let's get this fucking
I don't sit all night and all day.
If you want to get trashy,
then let's get trashy, Tony. What the fuck?
Do you want me to show you what it's like when I'm involved?
Yeah, go ahead. What the fuck are you gonna do?
Because you'll be on a live crying.
What the fuck are you gonna do? You can't make me cry, Tony. I don't care if I live in a fucking trailer. I'll show you my trailer tomorrow. Yeah.
Wow, you guys, crazy. Hey,
my kids are all adults.
Good job, Mama.
My kids are all adults, motherfucker. I didn't lose any fucking kids, motherfucker.
Coming from a...
Oh my God, did you hear that? Talking about like a child that she may have. Oh my gosh. This is not.
He says, I'll have you crying, you won't recover from it, or something he tells her. Yep.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Wow, this is crazy.
Coming from a child advocate. A child involved in another missing child's case. Tony, you are a fucking trash bag, bitch. All right, go ahead.
Got one of the 4 kids. Good job.
My kids are all adults.
Good job, Mama.
My kids are all adults, motherfucker. I didn't lose any fucking kids, motherfucker.
Wow.
Fuck you, Tony.
Fuck you, bitch.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Fuck you all day, dude. You're a fucking puss. You called me a hoe?
Can't get you a man.
I don't want one.
No, you can't get one.
The fuck I couldn't. At least I ain't paying Chase's fucking phone bill and buying her fucking groceries.
Trailer trash.
Yeah, this is the real you, Tony. This is what I wanted to come out.
Like, I understand that she's heated very much, but if you listen to Tony in the background, he's so immature.
But listen how quiet he is. You see how he talks real quiet, like a whisper almost, whether he's being, because his wife doesn't know, whatever the case may be, he does that on purpose because when everybody else is riled up on the other end, you know what I mean? Then he kind of goes under the radar because you're just hearing the person yelling or you're just hearing the other side of it, you know what I mean? And he's like, well, I don't know what you're talking about, you know?
Yeah, exactly. He loses it here, though.
To come out, you know what? Yeah,
got it.
Yeah, because this is who you really are.
You know what? I can be like you if you want me.
I'm not like you, Tony. I'm nothing fucking like you.
Your life's a train wreck.
No.
Your whole life's a train wreck.
That's what you think because you're over there.
Mom of the year.
Dude, my daughter's sitting. Your life ain't good. You're barely even at home with your.
Dream, sister.
You fucking think.
My life's a dream. Everybody that knows me knows that. That's why they laugh.
I don't think anybody wants to know you, Tony.
Well, good. You're calling me and reaching out to me. I didn't
Because I'm tired of your fucking shit, and you know what? You showed your true colors tonight.
It's not my shit. Why don't you fight the people that are fucking with you? It hasn't been me.
They're your friends. You put them up to it.
I didn't put nobody up to it. I got other shit to do than
Like what?
somebody like you.
Like what?
I got a whole shit to do other than
Then why don't you start fucking doing it? Because I do my shit.
I do it every day.
I don't think like, oh, I'll be out fishing. I'm fishing.
Stephanie.
I don't give a fuck.
Like you.
I don't fuck with people like you. You are scum of the fucking earth, Tony. Scum. I am a mom. He hung up. Fucking stupid bitch. And I'm so glad this is on the pod. I'm so fucking glad everybody got the fucking.
I have to kind of laugh at it in hindsight because, like, I didn't think he was gonna call me. I didn't call him. I texted him that message that I had up, and he called me right away. So he was fucking triggered real quick. I mean, 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay, this wasn't at 8 p.m.
What?
Yeah, he sounds triggered as fuck.
You did great.
With
true colors.
So what do you think he's going back to being interviewed at Court TV as a great PR spokesperson? Because he didn't handle that too well.
I'm just over here speechless.
Like,
by the way, the night my mom was on the live with them, they all knew. And
yeah,
he said,
that's what I'm getting ready to pull up because it's right here. I have it. Yeah,
Yep,
it's on
go
the
ahead.
screen. It says it right here on the screen. Where
I got my popcorn.
Yep, that's exactly what it says right here. Yep. That's
By the way,
bottom message.
I want to mention this. We saw a text from Delta and Tony talking about getting people's information and stuff like that.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah, he is involved. There's text messages exchanged that anyone that talks shit about this guy, he wants to like fucking dox them out, get their background information and expose it. While he sits back and says, I had nothing to do with it. He gets other people to do his dirty work all the time.
Yep.
He's a coward.
God, what a piece of shit. Okay, so yeah, so it says here, I got my popcorn.
We kind of called it from the beginning that this guy was going to be a problem.
Snacks, DoorDash. This one says ambulance.
So let me
save the puppies.
Let me clarify what Tony's comment actually means.
Okay.
One of our people that were on our panel, part of her names it's like Midwest Snacks, and so he's making fun of her, basically calling her fat because she's door dashing or whatever. Like, anyway, it's fucking foul. Regardless, it doesn't matter who the person is. To make fun of somebody is just disgusting. Are you playing this from Clues Replay?
No, this is from a clip channel. Instead of going through the 2 hour live, they just clipped the screenshots out.
Because I have all my screenshots right on my phone. If you just want me to flip through them.
Yeah, it's up to you. You can. That's fine. I mean,
I don't want to be on here forever. But
yeah, go ahead. If you want to do it that way, that'd be a hell of a lot easier. Yeah.
I mean, they're not all in order, but everything that I did send over is obviously. And I just want to show you guys, like, I don't fuck around. I have 4,969 screenshots. Okay. I'm not fucking around.
That's some storage on that, man. Good to see you. This is just so you know, this is a message between Tony Mathis, which is Sebastian Rogers' dad, Seth Rogers' spokesperson. So he is, she's showing us the messages and stuff from.
You go.
So Cajun, who was at
Terry Lynn, is on BJ's live chat right now. Like, she's in the chat or she's up on the screen. Terry Lynn's another complete whole fucking disaster in my opinion. So let me know.
At the vigil, the ride.
Yep.
She was there.
The one that was crying that Betty went to jail.
She goes live with Pictionary on TikTok. You got Chase. She was there. I don't know who that is. Kylan and Ocean. They're all participating in this Pictionary. So you can like draw on the screen and people can guess. You know, like it tells you, it's kind of like a game. But people can comment down here. And so this is the picture.
Oh, this is an actual part of TikTok. You can draw on the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
And Tony's comment is insurance claim on a trailer. So like just, again, attacking the trailer. Here's another one. Cut brake lines. And mind you, this TikTok page is the previous Finding Caleb Harris page. So.
Yeah, which is another thing that he took the fuck over. A family he was supposed to be helping, but he took that fucking page over, and the money that was on it, he donated to these bitches to sit here and dox people out. And from what I was told.
Swing set. Obviously, I can guess this is swing set at a park or something like. Oh yeah, it's park.
They're trying to insinuate this is your house.
No. They're drawing. The word is park. Tony's answer is snacks arteries.
What?
Just making fun of people. There we go. Ocean, the road to nowhere. Bad
snacks
girl.
arteries is a jab at the lady that he claims is fat. And
Right.
I guess you said her nickname or something was Snacks, or she
Midwest Snacks, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So there's a lady that's named Midwest Snacks. Okay,
Yes.
okay. All right,
Yep.
gotcha.
But he's trying to say that it's her arteries, like she's gonna have a heart attack or something, being disgusting.
Yeah. Next picture, it's a ladder with a person. The word is ladder. I can't see all the comments. Taking steps to get out of the trailer.
Oh, so he's just being a little bitch.
Yeah, hold on. This one was actually the funniest of all. I like, if I found any of them funny, this is it. BHB bracelet.
Oh, and it's wow, BHB's bracelets and it's handcuffs. Oh, she got a good team behind her, don't she? They're talking shit about her ass.
But that wasn't Tony that said that, was it?
I'm
What?
fucking
No,
done.
that was no. But this is the guy that was at the vigil that was also going around taking pictures of people.
And so who's this?
I don't know.
It actually, okay, all right. I think I do know who that is. Maybe it looks like somebody's husband, but
Jesus Christ.
Let's see.
So let me get this straight. They have people mysteriously taking pictures of other people. Tony's collecting.
Yeah, disgusting. Very, very fucking disgusting. Excuse me. Just John, this is really confusing for me. It's confusing for me too, girl. And I watch this shit all day long. I still get confused for sure. Absolutely. Oh my gosh, crazy. After this, we'll sneak over to Brittany's and see what she's doing.
Let's see.
So let me get this straight. They have people mysteriously taking pictures of other people. Tony's collecting IP addresses, and then you got backup TikTok people that look up people's information and then dox them out if they get in their way. Okay, this sounds like a legit group of people that are really focused on finding a missing child, or at least putting the information out for that missing child. It really, really does. Doesn't sound like a criminal organization to me.
I'm loading. Hold on. The reason for this message was specifically for the police to actually, because you could say if anybody's name is Tony Mathis. But these were just messages that were forwarded over to the police to prove that the next click is his phone number.
I'm gonna walk through the store real quick. Okay, and I'll be right back.
From Tony.
Okay,
here's some more.
I'll be back, so don't review that without me, okay?
Okay, no, I won't.
Okay,
I won't.
all right, like, I'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good.
I have a puppy mill because I have Frenchies and I have a puppy and all this stuff, but I do have puppies. But anyway, this person, Kylan Olina, part of their little group.
Hey, Ashes.
The word was paper.
Block
but
me
Kylan, a part of their little group.
No.
The kennel backyard breeders use. Just another.
You gotta go to bed.
This is exactly what I think of when I think of a PR firm.
Wow.
They also call me like meat or burnt meat because I'm barbecue lady and I own a catering company, but meat while her puppies are being born. Like basically saying like I'm an unethical breeder. Ocean, barbecue's
just like
cousin.
that motherfucker seems to be an unethical fucking PR person, in my opinion.
I agree, voices.
Barbecue's cousin.
I agree.
Burnt meat all the way on this one. Like I have
Put
all
on
my
blog me tomorrow. Okay.
I gotta put some stuff off to the side. I apologize.
Good question, Nini. How old are these fucking people? Because this is like fucking shit you see when you're like 15 years old.
I don't think the chat.
50-year-old men.
And to think that they're probably all up there just laughing and he ended up during all of this when none of this is funny.
Hold on, I'm trying to get through some of this other stuff.
So I'm sure Vinny's gonna love this. Vinny Napolitano, whatever the fuck his last name is. He's gonna love this. He's batting 1,000, Mr. Vinny. First he had TB on, and now he's got this guy. Oof. Someone better do some better background checks next time.
Trying to find the Facebook clip. Dude, there's so much shit in my phone. Oh, here it is. So this was like the proof that we were trying to prove that he took over. He switched.
Sounds good, Infamous. Have a nice walk, darling. Have a nice walk. Oh, you're just saying hi to everybody. Okay, so this pretty insightful, I guess you could say. It is putting a lot of information, so you might have to watch it, once or twice, to be able to soak it all in. But it's a lot, and like it's really absolutely insane to just step back just for a moment and just gaze over the bullshit and the fuckery that has been attached to this poor boy's case of him being missing. It is just, oh God, I don't know. It'll be a good mental break because once we review that one thing, I'm talking to you. Okay. All right. I'm excited. Don't tease me. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Let's keep going. We're almost done this.
So this was like the proof that we were trying to prove that he took over. He switched the Finding Caleb Harris page to his own personal page. And there was a rumor was started when Caleb's TikTok page suddenly disappeared and became Tony's TikTok page, and all the Caleb information is now deleted. If you know why this happened, could you please share it with us? And so Tony's response is trying to get somebody's name out of there. Randy is anti-social media. It is my account.
Right, voices.
I started it and
It's
built
really
it.
sad.
We discussed it yesterday, and he has no interest in using it for Caleb. I've had to defend myself against bad people a lot lately. He agreed to allow me to use my account to do so. Out of respect for the family and Caleb, the post I made and the name I chose were removed. There's a lot of drama in the other case, and I did not want the Harris family to be associated with it. But really, it's like the people that follow this page, which I will pull up real quick.
Bells.
Got arrested.
Everybody's talking about this shit.
Well, the people that followed that page were Caleb Harris people.
Hold on. Here's the page. 10,500 people followed this page, more than likely 10,500, with the intention that it was going to help find Caleb Harris.
That was pretty gross. I took over that count. An account of
And if Tony has all this time to be up on TikTok and making fun of all these people, why isn't he on here searching for news stations to do interviews with to find Sebastian?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, who is this man?
Like a lot of people talking about TikTok.
Are people that
Hold on. Because listen, 5 days ago, Mr. E, the same guy doing this interview right here at the top left, Mr. E. So the same guy that just did this interview today did one 5 days ago on Nick the Hat, right?
Investigative work, like you kind of, but that's also kind of like.
This is about Nick the Hat. This live is specifically who is Nick the Hat? The search for Sebastian Rogers, Mr.
Hello, Tom. How are you?
Hi there. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
What are you up to tonight?
Yeah. The only reason I'm coming into here on this live stream is because we have Betty, who is live streaming in defense of a child that's missing, and she's aligning with family that asked for her support. Correct?
Right. Yeah.
So, and then we have Queen Bee, who is in litigation with Betty.
Right.
So, what I think really needs to be clear here is that though we may have disenfranchised reporting on certain cases, I do believe that some reporters and those that contribute to YouTube have the right to work in alignment with who they do. And we also have a right to dissent, and we can make comment. That's part of our ability to talk freely in the United States that we recognize under a first constitutional amendment. But
Right.
that doesn't apply to YouTube, just so you know. Though we have a constitution, that constitution does not apply to YouTube. It only applies if we're talking about governmental bodies. So,
Right.
right. So, what I do have to say is Betty has taken some hits. She's taken some serious hits, and she's fighting them in court. Not only is she fighting a case against Queen Bee, but she's now fighting a case against a family that's coming against her that she continuously reports against.
Right.
So I think we need to look at this with an equity. We need to look at it with equity. So what I'm trying to say is I appreciate your channel. I appreciate everything you're doing, but I do have to say Betty has a right to do what she's doing, and that family can come against her and they can do what they're doing. You have a right to report on that as a third party deposed of anything that's going on here. You probably have no liability, okay? I'll tell you as liability, Queen Bee or Betty. These are the two people that are counter juxtaposed. So I'm going to ask people to consider some things. Just as you're reporting now about what's going on with Betty has, and I'm not supporting Betty, but I will tell you, she has a right to broadcast her feelings, no matter how much people are against it, no matter how many people are opposed or those supporting. I just ask that everybody have an open mind and look at both sides. And that's all I'm asking, is that we look at it on both ways.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to tell you something about true crime. And I've been watching this a while. And I'm going to tell you, I've made many sides. I've made some stances on cases like Summer Wells, for instance. Everybody went after the Wells family. They said Don Candace had everything to do with Summer's loss.
Right.
Do I believe that today? And I'm going to tell you, I've listened to everybody's opinions. I went through Queen Bee, Dolly, right to the Wells in their own station. And me personally, I don't think that family had anything to do with their daughter's loss. And I think they're victims in many ways by social media. When I look back now and I reevaluate it from what I saw with the Summer Wells case, looking at the Proudfoots and everybody else, there is a problem there. There's a problem. We have actual footage of the time when Sebastian left his house, and that's been, prolific across the media. And where is he today? I think we have more clues for Sebastian than we do Summer Wells. And all I have to say is, I don't believe lawsuits need to be a part of social media at this point. We shouldn't be
Right.
suing each other just because we have strong points and we support certain opinions. We shouldn't be suing each other, and that needs to stop. And I just ask that we have some decorum here in social media, and we
Right.
respect each other, and we be allowed to voice our opinions and look at facts and put them together and kind of sleuth things without hurting each other.
Right. Yeah. I
And
agree. I agree.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay. I agree with you on parts about like this is YouTube. We should be allowed to speak our opinions and
Right.
share our thoughts with people. We review other people, giving our opinions on that and stuff.
Right.
But with Betty, like, don't you think that she goes absolutely like way too far? Like we were just watching a clip of her like today. She deleted it. She was on live earlier, but she deleted it. And she was saying things that Chris and Katie like tried to unalive her. They tried to unalive other people.
Yeah. I'm a
She
little
is.
yeah. And you say that, and I'm a little concerned because maybe she's feeling threatened. And that's when you need to take the non-approach. Okay, we're not going to comment on it. The best thing could have been is you don't comment on that. She's feeling threatened. She has legal pursuit for that. I wouldn't cave in and question that. I think you need to give people the benefit of the doubt. And I just feel that she's under the microscope right now. I think you've done well. I think it brought her up, to be re-examined and right. I'm not saying rightfully so, but I think you have to consider it. But
She has a long history, though. She has a very long history.
I
She's
know.
been around for, yeah. And I'm not trying to just bash her, but I'm just saying she has a long history of affecting a lot of people and not being aware of kind of the people that that could be re-traumatized and no consideration of others.
Well,
Right.
That's how you, right, and thank you for sharing that. And I'm sorry if you were re-traumatized, but I do have to say, on the whole, I think YouTubers in true crime need to stop attacking each other and perhaps do their own show and ignore their competitors. That's all I'm asking. I think we need to ignore our competitors. We cannot continuously make product on somebody else's
It's raising awareness, though.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I mean, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I absolutely agree. I don't think that there's any competitors here, though. Not the way that I see it, anyways. But
well, there are.
like, there shouldn't be any competition. We all seem to.
We do have factions here, and I will tell you this. Good example is the Summer Wells case. I've been watching this now for 3 years. So you have Prayer Garden that does Summer Wells every single night. Though there may not be any new facts in the case by TBI, Prayer Garden has a stream daily because it's the Summer Wells channel. And we're talking about the same thing incessantly over and over and over again, of which nothing has any relevance as to what happened. But we do know one thing from Prayer Garden is the parents, in her mind, are definitely guilty. So now going back to Betty, we go over the relevance, and we have the mother and her new boyfriend, new husband is guilty. So now we got this over and over and over again, and with no other new relevance into the case. And we continue. And everybody keeps talking about this. And I have to ask, why are we as people listening to this shit engaged? Why do we keep listening to this? It's freaking absurd.
Well,
I mean, I gotta be honest with you. It means nothing anymore until we get new evidence. Either the child's found, or something else comes out that we were not aware of, that the press, that the law enforcement wants us to know. Really, I gotta be honest with you. Half this crap that's going on with the YouTubers fighting against each other is ridiculous. It needs to stop. And I'm done. I'm done paying, contributing to people's law, all of their legal situations that are going on, because between YouTubers, they shouldn't have had the disagreement. They should never have ever made a fight against each other, because ultimately they were both wrong. That's how I feel. And they shouldn't
right,
get people like me involved. I shouldn't be
right,
involved as a
right.
listener.
I agree. I'll agree with you on certain things. That definitely. I do think that Betty creates, like, she makes her own bed, and I think a lot of the stuff that goes back at Betty is a lot of it is warranted. Of course, some of it is not. You know, people do attack her just for whatever. But I think that there's a lot of channels out there that really have a passion to try and change this community, to try and bring awareness to people, you know.
They're far and few between. I do have to
Well, it depends on how you look at them, and you know what I mean. So it depends on how you look at them, for sure. There are some channels out there that just they revel in the drama. They love the enjoyment of it. You know, it's just a click and a view for them.
Yeah.
You know, I absolutely agree with you.
That.
Yes.
I'm starting to see that here. And I do, you know, I'm going to tell you one channel I did leave tonight that covered the Soto case and the tracking of the Kentucky killer that was going there killing people. And I don't want you to use it against me, but it was Miss Daisy. Crimes Critters on the Farm. I'm going to tell you what she did. She covered the facts with using news media. She didn't sway for an opinion. She just asked, you know, her audience, can you make comments about it? And I got to tell you, I appreciate her. I think Miss Daisy is a credible YouTuber. She doesn't get into this internal fighting with YouTube people. And you know what's really sad about her channel? She's probably going to close down because she doesn't have the support of a community that can financially support her. And I feel bad about that because I actually got on to YouTube with Dolly Vision probably about 3 years ago. It was a bad time in my life. And I appreciated his upcoming. I thought something different than him, than what he became. Went to a couple other stations. And I found a station that I felt a home in that wasn't manipulating me. And that's why I went with Miss Daisy. And, you know, she's probably going to be closing up because she's not getting the support. And I feel bad for that because she's not getting into melandering of other YouTubers. She's not getting into bad areas that put YouTubers with true crime in aberrant situations. So, you know, I gotta be honest. I thank you for taking me on, but I have to say, if we lose Miss Daisy, you're never going to hear from Dom Defer again because there's no reason for me to come up here anymore.
Right.
And,
Right.
we do need to start supporting stations that really reflect what we're doing. And I like you. I think you're doing a good thing.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
But we're going to start losing support here. And with this economic crisis that's going on, I don't know how many people can start doing super chats anymore.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
We're suffering. People are suffering out there. And, you know, Miss Daisy, she announced that now she's going out. She's a nurse. And so she has decreased her viewership because she's working as a nurse. I'm a nurse. I understand what she's doing. It's hard work. You take care of patients at the bedside. It's not an easy job. So,
right.
I just want you to know, I call you, but I think this Bullhorn Betty, Queen Bee thing, this dissension needs to stop. And let's not focus on that and focus on other things. That's all I'm asking.
Right. Well, I appreciate you coming up here and expressing your opinions and your feelings to us. I appreciate that.
And I appreciate you. You're a very nice lady. Thank you.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a great night. Have a great night, Dan. Bye-bye. Whew. That was something else, I'll tell you. Hey, Kat, you have your camera. Oh, we have a big echo with you, Mitten Mama.
Oh, yeah, I'll hop down.
Try and come back up again. Kat Roundy, you have your camera on. I just want to make sure. Give me a thumbs up if you're okay with your camera being on. Okay, all right. Hello, Kat. How are you? Oh, you gotta your YouTube.
I thought I did the YouTube mute.
I can hear myself.
So what do I have to mute here?
I think it's good now.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Okay, well, while he's trying to figure out his sound and stuff, thank you everybody for hanging in and giving Ms. Dom Defer a chance to come up here and give her and all that stuff. So, okay, sounds good. I appreciate that. I really appreciate you guys coming. Of course, you guys know. I mean, I kind of pride my channel on giving people chances to express their opinions, even if we don't agree with them. So yeah, it's just one of those anyways. I ordered gummies. Wish I had some now. Oh my goodness. Hello, sweet Daisy. How are you, darling?
Hello.
Hello. Oh, it's very loud. You're very loud. Your music is very loud.
I'm turning it down. Sorry.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's much better. Hello, Wing. And hello, Rap.
How are y'all?
I'm good. How are you?
I have an echo. Is it me?
I think we still have an echo.
Hold on. I'll back out. I'll come back. It might be me, maybe.
No, I think you're good. Oh, she's gone. I think it's Kat that has the echo. I'm not sure why, but yeah. Anyways, how are you, darling?
Well, I'm healing. That's why I haven't been up. And did you get my email?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, she's echoing.
Yeah, there's an echo.
Is it me? Hello,
Yeah,
hello.
it is you. So I'll mute you just for a second, okay?
I've got.
You can stay up here, but there's
All right.
something that's happening that you'll have to mute.
So I'm on StreamYard. Nothing but StreamYard is up.
You have to have a YouTube open somewhere.
Mhm.
Or are you using earpods?
Do you have earbuds in?
Nope, just straight microphone.
Maybe go out and come back in.
Yeah, you can keep trying that. I don't know why there's an echo.
Cancellation.
We must.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're good now.
Oh, you got to hit the echo cancellation button.
Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go.
There you go.
Okay, so like I was saying, yeah, thank you everybody for hanging in with me. I was seeing the comments. I was noticing that you guys were getting a little impatient, but I appreciate you guys, just hanging in with me and allowing people to come up and give their opinions and their thoughts, even if we don't agree or you know what I mean. So we have to be that type of people. We can't just disregard them, even if we disagree with them. So that's how we learn. That's how we, you know what I mean? That's how we can evolve and become better people, maybe. So, yeah.
You have lots of patience, girlfriend.
Oh, well, thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that.
You really do. You're very sweet.
Oh, thank you.
And-
Crimson, that was Dom Defer. I don't know how you say Dom Defer, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's known around the streets here for sure. So I was aware. I was listening carefully to what she was saying and stuff like that. And although some stuff I agree with her, of course, it's all just she seems very pro Betty. So yeah.
Yeah, I missed most of it. So I was listening to my buddy Sam. That's what I was listening to when I came in. He's an artist, and he's so freaking amazing. And I'm gonna try and get him on my channel. And he lets me play of his music and all of his videos. So when I do go live, I am gonna do a little Sam situation first. And we're gonna calm this place down a little bit. I think we need it. I think we need to listen to some fucking music. And calm the fuck down.
Excuse me. I think so too.
Just today, and I've been on the down low, so I've missed a lot. But every time I come back in, it is just absolutely insane.
Yes.
And it's getting to be, I think, too much for people. Just like I kind of heard what Miss had to say. Just a teeny little bit, but it's I think affecting a lot of people's mental health, and I think that we need to change it up. And I think I'm gonna try and do that, because I need it. I think everybody needs it.
Yeah, me too. I am. Like I was saying last night that I was saying last night that I want to start bringing like more actual true crime to my channel, and not trying to focus so much on the BS and everything.
This
But
is how
today,
like this one child means something, but just like we talked about last time I was up here, so does a lot of others. And if that's what you want to concentrate on and do, and get into that, I think that it's a good idea.
yeah, absolutely.
And I think also in between that, we need to have some comedy. We need to have some music. We need to have something. It's hard for me to talk right now. I'm trying to get used to these new teeth.
Oh, how did it go?
Oh, fuck. I've been in some motherfucking pain, dude.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I had 6 done at once,
Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That's crazy.
And with fibromyalgia and the nerve endings, and holy shit. Today really is the first time I've been able to, talk too much,
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to, I can't stay long I just can't talk. So,
right.
I just wanted to come up and see if you, I tried to email you, and I also left you my number underneath one of your latest videos.
Oh, yes. I got that.
Okay.
I will
so
text you.
will you text me? And so I know it's you, because I got the robo situation and it catches all the calls, so I miss a lot of stuff that I don't have on my phone, but I'm so excited to talk to you and let's do some fun stuff together.
You sound you sound very good. You sound chipper. I mean, if you didn't sleep,
I think that it's been so heavy, we
well,
gotta change this shit up.
your spirit sounds better than you feel.
Oh, good. Appreciate that.
That's very sweet, Kat. That's really sweet.
Yeah, that's very sweet of you.
Yes, that is very sweet.
Yeah, it's been tough. So, but I'm gonna let you get on. Wait, what are you gonna do next? What are you listening to?
Well, we're gonna finish up this
little video.
We're gonna finish up this video here, and then we are going to we're watching a trial.
Are you?
Yes, it's a trial of her name is Carly Gregg. She's 14 years old. And
Holly B, you're cracking me up. I know this is not my personal phone call, okay? But me and Wispy have things to talk about, okay? Simmer down.
Oh my God, I love Holly. So yeah, we're gonna go and we're gonna check out we're into day 3 of this trial. She's 14 years old. She shot her mom in the head.
And why was this?
Well, it's thought of because she her parents took away some things that they found in her room, like paraphernalia and some burner phones, and what was it, an iPod that she was using for a telephone or something like that. And they took those stuff away from her. So she was angry about that.
Her got mad.
Yes, she shot her mom and killed her. And she also tried to shoot her stepdad, but her stepdad wrestled the gun away from her. And he was only grazed in the, like they said in the neck, but it's like in the shoulder. He got grazed in the shoulder. And he's.
I think I kind of seen him grazing through the channels. I think I kind of seen him. Was he on the stand testifying?
Yes, he was. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's continuing his testimony today. So we're gonna watch that and then watch whatever.
Is he the first one that they got on the stand to testify?
I think he was the first one. I think yes.
And they are
Yeah,
they charging her with capital or not capital murder, but adult murder, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
And she's
She's got
15. She's 15.
She will be 50. Well, she's probably 15 now. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, so it happened when she was 14.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Holy
it
shit.
happened when she was 14 years old. Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Holy shit. And so
Yeah.
she just went out in like the kitchen or something and then just shot her mom?
Yeah. Well, she was in the kitchen. She shot her mom in her bedroom.
Oh.
Like in her own bedroom, the girl's bedroom.
Oh. Like, did it happen
So-
like right after she took her shit?
After
Couple
school.
days or
They got home after school, and her mom was doing stuff around the house or whatever. And this young girl just went and grabbed the gun and went in the bedroom and shot her.
And how
And then-
did she get this called gun?
It
So
was in
the real father, the bio dad.
Yeah.
They call him the bio dad.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They have a restraining order against him. He was not supposed to come in the house, and he's very abusive. And
Yes.
he's got a mental illness. He's got bipolar. They said type 2 bipolar. And so he was so abusive, they were afraid of him. So mom kept a 38. Well, they say it. I thought they said 38 underneath the mattress. So it wasn't locked up. It wasn't in a gun safe. It was ready to go. 7 rounds, ready to go revolver
Lovely.
underneath the mattress.
Yeah.
In case the real dad showed up.
Yep.
And so she was with the stepdad, but she was worried about the real dad showing up, and so she had a gun underneath the mattress.
Well, so her mom's her teacher. So her mom teaches school. So at school, her friends told her mom, Carly's mom, that she was smoking weed and she had a burner phone, and so the mom,
Boys.
the mom confronted Carly, and so Carly got upset. And when they got home, the mom went into Carly's bedroom. She found the weed. She found the phone. Carly went to take the dogs out while the mom was searching through Carly's room. Carly went into the mom's room, grabbed the gun out of the mattress, and like kind of snuck into the kitchen.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
And literally
And then
shot her mom in the head.
Immediately after shooting her mom, she went out. Just hold on a second. If everybody could just Urge, we're putting the brakes on here just for a second. Chat, everybody in chat, please take it down just a notch. Okay.
Are they irritated?
It's going to be okay. They're a little bit irritated by somebody timed out Angela. Somebody timed out voices, and it's I'm arguing. You guys are only arguing. So
Come on, guys, it's been a heavy day. Let's just try and.
It has been absolutely. So we don't need to.
It's been a heavy 6 months. It's been a heavy.
I'm sorry. Did I get too far into it?
Reset and rewind, you guys, just a little bit. So
yeah.
Okay. So we're going to completely switch gears, and we are going to go to this trial. I'm not going to finish the video. I'm with Betty. I think it's everybody's a little bit up in arms.
Yeah.
And so we're going to just switch it up, and we are going to go and check out this trial that we've been watching.
So how's her little demeanor been? Little Carly. Goddamn young.
Yes, she does look very, very young. Her demeanor in court has just been kind of just neutral. She doesn't really make any faces. She's been crying every once in a while. She has cried a couple of times when they have talked about the actual shooting, when she listened to, I think, the 911 call. I did see Cheese say that there's so much more that comes out in this trial today, so it should be interesting to watch it.
I just have one more little question before you start. So I'm sure that they have checked her mental state, and so she is not crazy because they're not going for that, right? And
right,
they're taking her as an adult.
Yep.
First degree murder, right?
True. Yeah, I would too. There is a security. They have like security cameras inside their house, and there is one that is in the kitchen, and you see there's a dining room table. The kitchen is a little bit past the dining room table, and you can also see partly into like a living room. I think it is. And she grabs the gun. She goes up and she shoots her mom. Kills her. She comes down into the kitchen. She sits on this little stool. She puts the gun behind her, and she immediately grabs her mother's phone, and she texts her stepfather, pretending to be her mom. Asking when he's going to be home. Is he on his way home, or when he's going to be home?
Wow.
And the stepfather said in testimony, he said that he kind of picked up on it, that it wasn't his wife that was texting, just the wording, the way it was. He thought that it was her. It was his stepdaughter pretending to be the mom. And when he came home, he came into the door, and she pointed a gun at him and tried to shoot him too. So,
did he run and he got it on the shoulder? I guess.
Yeah, he got it on the shoulder, and he didn't run. He fought with her. She ran away because he got the gun away from her, and she ended up running away from the house, and they found her. I think it was the same day. Within a few hours, they found her and arrested her and brought her in. And crazy, because he told law enforcement that it was her that shot him. So it's just. It's a crazy
Oh,
thing.
and it's on video too, right?
Yes, yeah. Well, no, the shooting isn't on. Well, you can hear the shots.
Oh, because
you don't
she
see
runs
it.
into the kitchen.
Yes, the video, the camera's in the kitchen, and she shoots her in her own bedroom. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. So.
And where did she run to? She just ran down the road.
She just ran off. She just ran off somewhere. I don't know where they found her. Out on the street somewhere at one of her friends' house. I don't think she was at a friend's house, but they just found her out somewhere. I don't know.
Is she apologetic at all, or is she just kind of?
She does show a little bit of a remorse, I guess you could say, because she has cried at certain points.
Over her,
she has not spoken herself.
Yeah.
And I saw an article today that said that she will not be taking the stand.
Oh no, they wouldn't put her up there, I would imagine.
Well, yeah. I mean, first of all, she's only 14 years old.
But in a way, though, it might be detrimental to them to not put her on the stand. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I know. That's very true, too.
Because coming from her own, I don't know. I don't know. I can't believe they're charged with first-degree murder.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to stop you anymore, but damn, I have questions.
Yeah, exactly right. And Chaos, yes, she did invite one of her friends over after she shot her mom. And
she invited one of her friends over to come over and see her mom's body.
Yes.
Holy shit!
Yes. Go ahead.
Just real quick, is it okay if I put a 10-second delay just on messages, so it kind of will slow down a little bit if people are a little.
Why is it going fast?
No,
yes,
it's going fast, but to give people a little time to maybe think, before they,
That's right. Exactly. There you go. There you go,
Is
girl.
that okay?
Yeah, that's right.
I just want to check with you and make sure. Okay.
Absolutely.
Use your finger. For fuck's
Chat,
sake.
you're all in detention.
You're all in trouble.
We had to
You're
turn the
always-
fan off.
Yeah.
Glennis Randy's like, let's watch.
Yes, absolutely.
I get it. I know when you want to watch something, but dang, don't you want some info first, even though you already have it?
I can break the whole case down in about a minute.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
okay. I pretty much got it.
Pretty interesting. I mean, it's. I know you've been watching it too, so.
Yeah.
And Infamous.
Okay, I do have one more question. Is she an only child?
I think
No.
so. No.
She has a brother.
Oh, okay. She has a brother. Okay.
Older brother.
Similar age. Yeah, mom put out two little ones. This one and the brother.
Right. Okay. Interesting. And Infamous. Is it okay if we make a date for tomorrow to go over that video? That you sent me?
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, I feel that I'm reading the room.
Okay. All right. Thanks, honey. Okay. So this is Carly Gregg here that you see up on your screen. And like we've just been discussing, she did shoot her mother. And then tried also to looks like she's in front of a microphone. What's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go.
All right, Ms. Gregg, the state of Mississippi has has rested its case in chief. It's now time for the defense's case. It's court's duty to make sure that you understand that you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to testify. However, you also have the right to testify. It is your choice and your choice alone. You understand that, Ms. Gregg? Have you had discussions with your attorney about that? I don't want to know what they were, but have you been able to talk to your attorneys about that? Ultimately, you can rely on their advice, but it is your choice. And you alone, it is only your choice. Don't look at your lawyer, Ms. Gregg. You and you alone will live with your decision. Do you understand that? Do y'all need a few minutes to talk to her about whether or not she wishes to testify? All right, I'll give y'all 10 minutes. Step to the back.
10 minutes. All right, 10 minutes. Probably scroll through the. Sure, she comes back.
He's cut.
Oh, come on now. Get it started here.
I think maybe the video's reading the room.
Okay, so this is her stepdad that you see up here. I'm just going to find where it is that he gets up here. It's quiet. There's no sound, so maybe I have to go forward.
Now this is the defense.
Refresh the screen, maybe.
Yes, this is the defense now. Defense witness number 2. Heath Smiley. This is the one. This is his stepdad. He got shot at.
How are you doing today?
Here we go.
I guess.
And you testified. Let me ask you this. We've heard some testimony from
She
you
was
already
14, 13,
regarding
yes.
the relationship between Ashley and Carly. And you've said already that when you first met Ashley and Carly in 2019, until the time of March 19th, that both Ashley and Carly had a wonderful relationship, and you and Carly had a wonderful relationship.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked with the state yesterday about getting married in Gatlinburg.
Yes, that's correct.
And who all was there for your wedding in Gatlinburg?
Just myself and Ashley and Carly, and we got married on the balcony of one of the cabins up in the mountains.
Okay. And were any photographs taken?
Yes.
And was
Just
that
the three of them?
How would you describe that day?
What's that, babe?
Just the three of them?
Yes, just the 3 of them lived there. So
I mean, just the 3 of them were at the wedding?
Oh, I'm not too sure. I don't.
That's
Is that
what
what
he
he
just
said?
said.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I guess so. Yeah. I missed that
Okay.
part. Yeah, I
Okay.
went back. I missed that, so we'll hear it again.
Yeah.
We got married on the balcony of one of the cabins up in the mountains.
And were any photographs taken?
Yes.
And was that, how would you describe that day?
Really good. It was one of the best memories I've ever had.
And how did Carly appear about you and Ashley getting married?
She appeared very happy with it all, and she was just her normal, wonderful self all day.
And was there an occasion after you and Ashley got married that you guys adopted some puppies?
Yes, we've got 2 golden retrievers now. They're running around playing all the time.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about how you got that second golden retriever?
We actually surprised Carly with that one. We had talked a lot about the first one and got him, and decided he needed a buddy at some point. A year and a half later, so we had got it all set up.
I will add that he's standing behind his stepdaughter. He's supporting her. So
and why is that? Why is that?
I don't know. It's kind of a little bit strange. He said that they talk
This is giving
every
me weird
day.
vibes, dude.
I know. They talk every day. While she's been in prison, they talk every day. So yeah, it's just, I don't know. Yesterday we got a little bit of weird, creepy vibes too. So
I'm getting really fucking weird vibes from this.
yeah, it is kind of a little
You
bit.
might as well jump the psychiatrist and get on the stand. I think she was trying to say.
That's what I'm saying. You might as well jump to the psychiatrist on the stand.
Yeah, you have to get to there, huh?
I will say that for those that were here yesterday, his demeanor is quite different today. I have noticed he seems a lot more happier. He has like actual expressions on his face. Yesterday when he was testifying, he looked like a very sad man, a very depressed, sad man.
That's what
I
seen when I jumped in on it a little bit.
He seemed kind of, I don't know, it was just kind of weird. No emotion at all. So
yeah,
today to see like this is quite different than what it was yesterday. So yeah.
Okay. Crazy. This is weird.
Get him and didn't tell her. And said we had
I'm
to
sorry,
go
where they
get her
from?
grandparents, pick something up, and then we'd go out to eat.
Mississippi.
Okay.
Brandon, I think. Brandon, Mississippi. I think was the town, little town, the name that they're in. But yeah, Mississippi.
Okay.
And we were really waiting on the lady to bring the puppies around to us, and she was pretty surprised and taken back with that one.
And on any normal, typical weekend, how would your family typically spend a weekend?
We were kind of in between my parents and Ashley's parents, so sometimes we'd go to her Carly's grandparents' house, one or the other, or we'd stay home some weekends. And she got to see family, or she got to hang out with the dogs. Sometimes her and her mom, more so than me, would not much on all the movies and stuff, but they'd sit down and watch movies they like together. They like running and going shopping or something here and there when they needed to.
And what, if anything, would you and Carly do together on the weekends?
Video games, some just random stuff. I was always taking her to like karate and guitar, so she'd sit down and play guitar for us.
Is that her dad?
She had a acoustic guitar and electric guitar. We got her at Christmas one year.
Mhm.
And
What was that?
Is that her dad?
This is her stepdad. This is the
okay.
step. Yeah, this is the one she shot at. She tried to kill him too. So, and no, I think Randall's eating an apple.
I kept wondering, is that real, or is that just a replay over replay over replay?
Is dude eating a hoagie with a green screen?
My
he's eating an
God.
apple.
People are mean tonight.
No, that wasn't mean. You were just joking.
I know, I'm just kidding.
I love my chat. Oh, you guys are so funny.
He's like, ugh.
Whatever. Got to take it easy.
And do you recall when you and Ashley got married?
Yes.
When was that?
It was June 13th.
Oh, I enjoyed his
of
apple.
2020.
And do you
I
recall
see that.
about when you and Ashley surprised Carly with that puppy?
Yes.
When was that?
Ooh,
Oh my
I don't know
God.
the date on that one. It was, and said he's about to turn 2 next month, so it was right at 2 years ago, I guess.
So would that be September 2021?
Yeah,
And do you recall whether or not you guys took any photos?
we
afterward?
did. I guess it would have been 2022. It'll be 2 in a month. So
You mean when you got the puppy?
yeah, when we got the puppy.
And did you and Ashley have an opportunity to take any photos?
No, Randall's not my husband. No.
See, I told you they're being
he's just
mean.
a panel guest. He's just a panel guest. He's been up a few times, so yeah. Randall's cool. We like him. He's a cool cat for sure. So
The apple, they're all offended by the apple. Why are you holding your apple?
It's brain food. I mean,
I'm
really.
just playing with you.
You get your sugar rush.
Earlier dipped in caramel, so I can't say anything.
I mean, they say grab your popcorn. When they say grab your popcorn, I grab my apple.
I had caramel popcorn too.
They said, please, no green screen fails.
Oh, behind me, that's the Great Falls on the Potomac River, in the border between Virginia and Maryland.
Yeah,
That's
they're talking about another situation that somebody exposed something that they shouldn't have shown on.
I thought I heard the green screen behind me, or that's a picture that I took. That was
It's just a
That was Christmas Eve, 2020, when the nation was on lockdown, right? The lockdown meltdown.
Oh, yeah.
The only place you could go was out in nature, so that's where I went.
Pretty.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Thanks, Randall. Here we go. All right. Here we go, guys. I love my chat.
Once you got home with the dog.
Yeah, I've got video of him meeting the other dog the first time in the backyard and everything. A lot of pictures of her holding him in the parking lot with the lady that we picked him up from.
Your Honor, may I ask, Coach? Mr. Smiley, you handed me these 2 photographs. Do you recognize who's in that first photograph?
Yes.
Okay, who's in the first photograph?
It's Ashley, myself, and Carly.
And when was that photograph taken?
That was in June of 2020 when we got married and got on bird.
And is that photograph an accurate depiction of when it was taken?
Yes.
And with the second photograph, who's in that photograph?
That's Ashley and Carly.
And do you recall when that photograph was taken?
That same day before we got married.
And is that an accurate depiction
Yes.
of what you observed that day?
Yes.
That's photograph there?
Mm-hmm. It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that these 2 photographs be admitted into evidence.
The objection to remoteness will be sustained in part and overruled in part. The court will sustain the objection to
Yeah, I
remoteness
know. They
of this
don't show the
photograph and
photos. I
part
wish
B2
they
for
would,
identification
but they
purposes only.
don't.
Right.
The court will overrule the objection as to this photograph. As to remoteness, it'll be marked S3 all purposes. I mean D3 all purposes.
And may I publish that to the jury, Your Honor?
And to the bailiff.
I bet she gets 20 years.
Yeah, I don't know what that.
Yeah,
I did see the
over and everything.
Right.
And she's like in prison and goes through the years and blah blah blah. I bet she gets that. Especially if stepdad's like, behind her, which is.
I would fast forward to the kitchen video and then the psychiatrist one this time. Okay, we can do that. This is just a lot of garble.
Yeah.
This is
Oh,
investigator.
Carly was on the stand there, right?
Does she have a reason? Does she say why she did it? She was just mad. Yeah, she was on stand right there.
No, I think she was just standing up because they are going for lunch.
Oh, okay.
But I went up by that area there.
Yes, Your Honor, we have a copy of the video of this officer that we would ask to enter into evidence at this time.
Oh. They should play it. Doesn't show anything but her running in the kitchen, right?
Yeah, and they have played it. We've watched it a few times.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so they're doing the sidebar.
Excuse me. Oh my God, I just burped. I'm so sorry.
Bless you.
That's okay. That's all right. That's all right. No worries. We burp and fart and swear around here, so it's all good.
Okay.
You're all good. You're all good.
Okay, good. What is today? When can you go live with me?
Yeah, you
When
even
do you wanna
sound good. You even sound good when you burp.
Funny.
Your burps are pretty.
Randall, you're so nice.
Well, that is, I think, the best compliment I think I've ever gotten.
There we go.
Right?
Teresa, sweet crazy is in the middle. Sweet crazy is in the middle. Yeah.
It was Sweet Cooter for a minute, but I changed it back.
Sweet Cooter. Oh my God, yes. That's funny.
I had to
So right here, I think this is where maybe people thought that she was on the stand, but she's
Oh.
not. This is where she's sitting with her lawyers.
Oh, okay.
And these two older people here, right here, we believe are her grandparents.
And they're standing by her too.
Yeah, I believe they're standing by her too. So yeah, pretty interesting. I don't know. Okay, let's find this video. They went for lunch.
Did the mom just get? I don't know. We'll figure that out in a minute.
Okay, let's start from here. They're pulling up a video. I think it's the body cam first. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Okay.
Okay.
Please, trigger warning, everybody. All right. This is a little bit of a hard video to watch for some people. I've seen it a couple times. But yeah, it is definitely probably a bit of a hard video to watch. So please just keep that in mind while we're going through this here. I'm actually going to put it on regular speed. There we go. Thank you, Nicole. And I'm not taking your wrench, so too bad, girl.
Where's that? Okay, up here, take a ride. Huh?
Stop sign. Turn right onto Ashton Way. Then the destination is on your right. You just leave north of the sun.
I'm just like, so I don't before I come on for this way.
Is this a canine unit? Is that a dog in the back?
Sounds like it.
Yes, there is a dog in the back. Yes, he's the canine unit. I don't think that they used the dog, but they brought him anyways. So yeah, I think he might have just been maybe he was close or yeah. Bruin, how that dog is ready to go, right? He knows he's going to work.
I know.
The destination is on your right. 214 next door.
We're not in all that. Well, that's because they got me going around the merry-go-round. Okay. She was all coming out of the area here on Farmington Boulevard. We just drove to that call. She's back here. She's soaking wet. Did you jump in the water? All right. Yeah, I know, and now I got a big mess going on. Hold on one second.
Got a big mess going on.
Friday said the dog jumped in the water.
He said she's soaking wet.
Yeah.
What y'all want me to do with her? Hey, don't open that door. Oh, I thought you were. Wait, let me get everything else. They're telling me take her to investigation. Sit back here, investigation, back here.
Tyler wanted to make sure we talk to the judge first to see where he can put it, where she gonna go. JDC over here, but I mean, tell her look.
Y'all ain't never done one? Okay. No, they're labeled. Yeah, open up the one right there. It should have all of them labeled right there. You gonna have to go the other way. Yeah, you gonna have to go the other way. I'm gonna pull right there. Pull right there. Let me back up. Pull right there. Oh, hey, without being like, there's one thing. He's in there, she's asking like how everybody's feeling and what she's like, I didn't mean to. All right, so get these. So look, come here. All right, so that's gonna be for your that's gonna be right hand. All right, left hand. All right, journal. Look, I'm gonna show you right there. All right, you're gonna do on the right hand. You're gonna do the palm. Okay, I'm just showing you in the back of the hand. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Then whenever you get through, you're gonna turn it in. All right. All right. You're gonna open it, turn it back in. All right. When you turn it back in, then when you get ready to do this, it's right there. Close this and put that over it. Okay.
What are they doing?
Back in back. Okay.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe it's like a gunshot residue kit, maybe. I'm not too sure.
Are they looking for her right now, or is this at the house?
This is actually a different video than what I watched earlier, so I'm not actually sure what's happening right here. I'm not too sure. But I don't know. The thing that I'm thinking is maybe a gun residue kit or something like that they're looking at right there. But I don't know. I have no idea. That's just my guess. Well, like what would they need? What else would they need something like that for? I don't know. So I guess we'll find out though. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Let me get it. I got her handcuffed. All right, sweetie. Look.
Oh, there she is.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Step out real quick for me.
One of Nirvana shirt on.
That's team spirit right there.
Right.
You what?
Her Nirvana t-shirt. He
I
said that's team
know.
spirit right there.
Yeah. Right.
So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna swab your hands, okay?
Yes, that I was
Oh
right.
yeah, so yeah, there was the GSR kit. So that
Yes,
was
that's
a
what
kit. He opened the kit. There were gloves in the kit. There was 2 bottles, so he could swab both hands. So
Yeah,
what
yeah.
he's going to do, he's going to take the little kit apart. He's going to swab the hands, and then put them back in some sort of chain of custody bag. Got it.
Yeah, that's yeah.
I cannot believe this shit.
Okay. Alright, look. I need you to hold your hand out like this. I'm gonna do your right hand first, okay? Just your right hand. Just like that.
I mean, she looks like a baby, you know?
I know.
I mean, you know, for us moms now that have like, you know, I mean, my oldest daughter has just turned 31, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah,
I mean, any
still looks like a baby, right?
child like this is a baby to us, you know what I mean? It's like, and I mean, she's only 14 years old, but my gosh, it's just unbelievable to think that like her mind for that moment switched and she thought it was, you know, the thing to do was just shoot her mom, you know what I mean? Like, where does that come from? It's
I don't know if it's in our goddamn food or what.
Yeah, like it blows your mind, right? KCG, I think it is known that she was like smoking marijuana. I think they found some like vape pens in her room, and I think that she was on medications, but they were, you know, like prescribed medications.
Oh, she was on Zoloft,
Yeah,
and
they were switching her medications.
and quit taking
Right.
it.
A week, yeah. A week before this happened, the stepfather said that they had switched medications for her. So she
See,
just
this
started
is what-
new medication.
This is what I don't get. You can't do that and have it be that your brain is fucking normal at the time. I'm so confused on why they're not doing you know what I mean? This is crazy.
It is. It is.
Zoloft, especially Zoloft. I've seen people you know go off Zoloft, and it's not pretty.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That's not definitely probably not good. So my medications that I take, even just like for my MS, and it just, you know, I have to, if they're gonna, I've switched medications a couple times because you know, it takes a while sometimes to figure out your recipe, right?
Mhm.
What works for you, like what a medication that I take may not work for the next one, you know what I mean? So and I have to wean off any medication that they switch or that they don't want me to take. I have to wean off and wean on the new one, you know? So yeah, definitely you can't just stop taking it like just
Oh
cold
no.
turkey like
My
that's
head
dangerous.
goes all funny. Like my brain catches up with my head. Does yours do that if you don't take it? Like when you twist your head and then your brain catches up to your head?
Yes,
It's the
absolutely.
weirdest shit, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Twisted up in there.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's the only that's I mean, like I said, marijuana, and
Well, it wasn't just marijuana. It's because the vape pens that she had were her source of marijuana. It wasn't like she was smoking a joint. She wasn't smoking a bowl. She wasn't taking bong hits. She had some sort of synthetic.
This, and you know, the thing of it is, that even at that age, I'm sure that if I was smoking pot at that age, it probably would have helped my mental stability.
Right. Yeah.
And it's a catch-22. You know, you don't know if it's just a catch-22.
Yeah, it is very much so. Very much.
I'd rather have my teenagers smoking a vape pen than out fucking drinking. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I was that type of mom.
Invented alcohol.
Yes, absolutely. I was that type of mom.
The
that
worst.
I spoke to my kids about that. I said to them plenty of times, I would rather you guys go out and smoke a pound of weed than drink, one bottle of booze.
Yep.
Like,
too.
you know what I mean? Like, absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
the problem is they're putting fentanyl in whatever. It doesn't matter. I mean, they're putting it.
From the right source. Fentanyl is not going to be in a substance that you get from the dispensary. It's not.
No, that's right. That's
you're
very
not
true.
gonna. It's
So-
just going to the doctor, going to the pharmacy. It is the same
Yeah.
thing. So
All right.
get off fentanyl when it comes to pot, because the only way you're
Right.
going to get it is if you get it off the street.
Yes, absolutely. And you got to be able to absolutely know if you're going to get it off the street. Well, that's fine. That's your choice. I don't judge. I mean, I'm a pot smoker for a long, long time.
Me too.
And before
You
it
have
was
to
legal,
know. You have to know.
we
where you're
all
coming
did that.
from.
We all got it off the street before it was all legal. That's the way that we got it. We had to go off the streets.
Yep.
So you
Yep.
have to know. You have to really, really trust the person that you're getting it from, especially nowadays. But luckily nowadays, street sales obviously are like way down. I know a lot of the people that used to sell pot that don't sell it anymore because people just go to the dispensaries and get it. You know what I mean? So,
Well,
yeah.
the thing of it is
So,
too is it's hard for the normal Joe to get a nice amount to be able to sell it.
yeah.
That's kind of the
Yeah.
problem too, unless you have really good connections, which I do. Thank goodness I don't
Yeah.
have to go to the
Yeah.
dispensary. But
Yeah.
you just, and the thing of it is the snap. I know we're sidebarring. I'm sorry, but the Snapchat is where the fentanyl is. Okay, so just stay away from Snapchat. Tell your children do not order a goddamn thing from there.
Yeah.
Whether it's
Yeah.
pill or one joint. No.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is the main thing that you need to tell your children.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Because
Absolutely.
that is where they're dying from. Okay.
Yeah.
That's where they're
That's
getting
right.
it from. And I don't understand what our government is fucking doing about it.
Thank
Not
you.
a damn
Thank
thing.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Here we are in. I'm right near DC, and it's legal in DC. You can order. They have apps in DC that they deliver. They deliver it to you, and
Yeah,
it's
that's how-
regulated in DC. But it's for some reason they can't follow the same formula in DC around the US as they can in DC.
Well, see, we have that too. I can have Happy brought to my house from a company, but it's a reputable company. It's not off Snapchat that you don't know where it's coming from. And
Yeah.
stay with it. And I don't understand what's happening. And I'm gonna bring this shit up and I'm gonna find out what's going on. Because this has to stop. This has to.
Absolutely. Yeah,
There are too many of our children dying
I
of
don't-
little teeny baby nothings that they're getting
Right.
on fucking Snapchat.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true.
Hmm.
I've
Okay.
never been on Snapchat, so
I
ever. I've never.
really haven't either. But I did investigating about it.
Right.
And that's where they're
That's interesting. That's interesting. Hmm.
Yeah. We'll have to get more.
Yes, Zena, you absolutely can quickly sage this place. Absolutely. Anytime you want, sweetheart. We'll take all the saging we can get.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Smudge it, baby.
That would be great.
That's my girl. It's my girl Zena. So, okay, let's get back to this video here.
Okay.
They are swabbing her hands for gunshot residue. So here we go.
Swab up here. It's a GSR. It's a shot. hand did you shoot with? Which hand did you shoot with? Go up. Flop the hand, turn the hand over, and rub on the outside part around the knuckles.
Where do you want? Where do you want his from?
I guess you can put it in my vehicle with my key. Key fob is in my left pocket.
All right, so go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. All right.
I don't know, maybe I can't help you about this.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Sista.
Yeah, I'm fine. Did she hear that? She said, yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, she's
Yeah,
great.
I'm fine.
I just shot my
He's
mother.
like, yeah, I'm fine. Okay.
Is my stepdad okay? Dude, there's something going on here.
Yes, yes.
Can you take her up to the office on
In my opinion.
And then afterwards, I guess finding out whatever, but the judge wants you to stay at JDC tonight. They've informed her what's going on, and then she'll be brought over to jail in the morning after she sees the judge.
She has no idea what, she don't even know about her mom. Yeah, I met her. She's like, it's my stepdad, okay?
Yes.
Okay, we paused it, but the camera had stopped. Why did the camera stop?
Right, the camera's not stopped. It's muted.
Okay.
It's muted. Yeah. The actual camera, in order to mute it, the button's right here, so it covers the lens, but it's still active. It's just it's muted.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong. Beforehand, when I asked you the question of why you had muted it,
correct.
My understanding was you said it was a personnel issue.
Right.
Now, we're muted on the video right now.
Correct.
Right before you muted,
right,
you're talking about Carly doesn't know her mother's death.
Objection, Your Honor. Overruled. Sustained is deleting, but rephrase your question.
Yes. You saw what you said, remember?
Right, yes.
What were you talking about?
Right then, what I was talking about was she never inquired about her mother. I mean, that's why I was saying that, she only asked about her stepdad. Hence, even when she got out of the car, she asked, how's my stepdad? It was never she never said, is my mom okay? Or anything like that. I assumed that she didn't even know about her mom. And I didn't know the full details of the case whenever I got there.
Okay. So why was it that when I asked you before, you told the jury it was a personnel issue?
Right. Well, whenever it was paused is whenever I began talking about the issue with driving around in a circle out there, coming back and forth. That's why whenever you replay it here, you'll see another deputy going like this. That's because I was talking about that issue.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. You intend to keep asking about the video?
Yeah, there's a few more questions. I'm going to show you a document. You said you're aware. Are you aware of the policies and procedures of the sheriff's department? Okay. I'll let you have this.
Okay.
This is a copy for you.
All right.
And there's a yellow piece of paper. And I believe it's going to be the first page on, it's dealing with it's a policy and procedures of body cam.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now I want you to turn, it says, and it's actually at the bottom of page, it says page 1 of 4. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
And so you have a number 1, it says procedures. And it says when and how to use the BWC.
That's correct.
What is the BWC?
Body worn camera.
Okay.
Body worn cameras activated during.
And I got to correct myself. I said number 1. I said it's A. And then so that would be A, correct?
Okay, A.
And then B is what?
Deputies shall activate the body-worn camera to record all law enforcement activities in contact with citizens in the performance of official duty, including but not limited to traffic stops, deputy-initiated stops of members of the public, arrest. You may keep going.
Yes, it'll be, and you're going to turn to page.
Searches, interviews, and interrogations, warrants
I don't need to know all that stuff.
the public that a deputy reads.
Now,
here we go. Let me get back to the
Does either side feel the need to introduce the rest for ID?
not of the name. No, no.
All right, next seat.
And sorry for the pauses again. I don't know that's Court TV. It was the same yesterday.
The
They
witness of the party plays one part of the statement, the other party can demand that any other part
Oh,
of the
they're
statement
doing
be shown
that?
to the jury and fairness be shown. At this time, you can present. Do you want it from the beginning, or do you want it from here, from this point?
I blame them.
Yeah, blame them.
Forensic psychiatrist.
I'm just wondering what their defense is here. You know what I mean?
So, from my best gathering, is she's insane.
If she's not in a state of psychosis or in a state of the pills being all wackadoodle, then just being a little brat, is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She had a psychotic break. I mean,
She had to have. She had to have. If she was, if they were trying to figure out her medication a week before this, and she went off, and I mean, it only takes me about 2 days, but
And I think it said she was on Thorazine.
it really doesn't matter what she's on, because as soon as you stop taking it, that's when the problem starts.
Well,
Yes.
they did, like several days before that, they doubled her dosage from 5 milligrams of the Lexapro to 10 milligrams Lexapro. So,
Wow.
and right before that, it was several days before that, they were reading from her journal or something like that. Did you see that she had a different handwriting in her journal?
Oh, I didn't see that. Interesting.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so this is
the person.
This is the forensic psychiatrist. So we'll listen to him for a bit here.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Clark. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name's Andrew Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
Okay. And Dr. Clark, what's your current age?
I'm 68 years old.
Okay. And what is your current occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
And what, if any, who's your current employer?
I'm currently self-employed. I have a private practice of psychiatry. I spend about half my time doing treatment of both children and adolescents and adults, and about half my time doing forensic work.
And what, if any, teaching experience do you have?
So I was on the faculty at Harvard Medical School for about 20 years, from 1996 to around 2016, and I taught and supervised residents in Massachusetts General Hospital. And then I spent about 5 years at Boston Medical Center from 2017 to 2022, and I worked half-time then as the Director of Medical Student Education and Psychiatry, so teaching medical students.
And what specifically did you teach at Harvard Medical School?
So I taught forensic psychiatry as the primary thing that I taught. I taught forensic psychiatry to residents at Boston Medical Center, and I currently teach forensic psychiatry at Boston Medical Center, which just about once a month.
And where did you attend medical school?
I went to the University of Michigan Medical School and graduated in 1986.
When did you receive your medical license?
In, I believe, 1987.
What, if any, board certifications do you have?
So I have 3 board certifications. I'm certified in adult psychiatry, I'm certified
Oh,
in
Lordy.
psychiatry, and I'm certified in forensic psychiatry.
And what, if any, certification have you held in pediatrics?
I trained in pediatrics at Boston City Hospital from 1987 to 1990, and I was board certified in
Neurology.
I have no certification in neurology.
And when did you receive your board certification?
95.
No certification in neurology.
Probably 29 years that you've been.
I believe that's correct, yes.
When did you receive your
I'm
board
super
certification in
smart.
forensic psychiatry?
Oh,
Believe me.
Your board certification in child.
So I've done too many residencies. I was a resident in pediatrics for 3 years.
Oh, she don't like him.
Receive your subspecialty certification in forensic psychiatry.
Maybe around 8 years ago or so.
What, if any, leadership positions have you held in the medical field?
Okay, to have the resume on him.
We got him. He's legit.
I think 4 years.
Yeah.
What, if any, experience have you had?
we get it.
Right.
You're
So I
super
worked for several
smart.
years responsible for conducting adolescents or younger children who are court involved in some way, either juvenile delinquency or care and protection cases.
And what, if any, positions have you held with regard to
Member of by reason of insanity cases for the state.
what, if any, fellowship positions have you held? Have you testified as an expert witness in child psychiatry?
Rowena.
Adolescent psychiatry.
I think typically when I'm qualified as an expert, it's in either psychiatry or child and adolescent psychiatry. I've published 2 papers in the last 2 years, one on juvenile solitary confinement and one on the question of the ethics of psychiatric diagnosis. I've also co-written 2 chapters on juvenile
adolescent psychiatry.
Distinguished and regard witness. Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Clark. How are you?
Good morning, sir. I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you again. And you and I spoke over Zoom last week, didn't we?
Correct, yes.
But you didn't recognize me this morning because I had a beard on.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
All right. Are you? Where do you currently hold an active medical license? In what state?
In the state of Massachusetts.
Okay. You're not licensed in the state of Mississippi, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Have you ever treated patients in the state of Mississippi prior to your involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever prescribed medicine to patients in the state of Mississippi in your practice?
No, sir.
All right. Have you ever been accepted as an expert in any court in the state of Mississippi?
No.
All right. Is this your first time in Mississippi?
I've passed it here before.
Okay. I got you. And you just told us, Todd, whenever you've typically been accepted as an expert, it's not in the field of forensic psychiatry, correct?
That's correct.
And just by way of brief definition, what is forensic psychiatry?
So forensic psychiatry is that part of psychiatry that interfaces with the justice system typically. And most often working as an expert for court-related cases.
Right. But you're typically not rendered as an expert in forensic psychiatry, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, we would just re-urge our prior motion as it relates to Dr. Clark, but otherwise, nothing further.
Any further objection? No, sir. All right. The witness will be admitted as an expert in the field of child and adolescent psychiatry. Hang on just a moment. Correct.
Hallelujah.
Now that the witness has been qualified as an expert, I was informed that the
30 minutes of that.
I don't want, it's 11:46, I don't want that to get cold, all right? Or hot, either way you order it. So if y'all would, we'll go ahead and take the lunch break. It's a good time for us to take the lunch break. Just knock on the door.
Oh, for Christ's sake. Are you kidding? We went out through all of that and then you're going to go for lunch?
Whiskey.
Jesus. I'm going to write this judge a letter. God, that was rude. That was rude.
Oh my God.
Prosecutor, yes. Good to see you, Rowena, honey. Thanks for coming in.
If you imagine watching that in real time, we would have been. We would have been in like nut job case ourselves.
Yeah, I did. I spent hours watching it. I took the bullet for y'all.
Don't.
Oh, nice, awesome. Thanks.
Why didn't you tell us then?
I was trying to.
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude?
No spoilers, right?
Oh my God! Don't do that to us again. Do not do that again. I will literally come over there and kick your ass. Okay.
Yeah, go. I told you I could break this whole thing down in a minute, and you were like, "All right, let's just watch."
Well, yeah, I know. Right?
That's to a point.
Anyways, meet my friend, Sweet Crazy. I love you, girl. Oh my gosh, I love you.
It's called Late Night with Sweet.
That's right. Absolutely. All right, here we go.
Maybe that's what I'll name my channel.
It's tired. I'm saying y'all, it's perfectly acceptable. Psychiatry.
When we say adolescent, what age range does that include?
Typically the ages of between 12 and 18.
How did you first get involved in this case?
I got involved because Attorney Camp gave me a call somewhere around the middle of August and asked whether I might be available to do an evaluation.
What, if any, records did you initially review?
What I did at first, I suggested to Attorney Camp that I might just spend a few hours looking at the initial records that he could provide me before I agreed to go any further. And so Attorney Camp sent me a number of different records. I can't recall specifically which ones they were, but a fair number of records regarding the case.
And do you recall what kind of records these were?
They were treatment records for Carly from her therapist and from Precise Medical from early 2024. I believe there were treatment records from her earlier years as well. And there were some police reports as well.
Okay. And what about any journals?
I believe in that initial batch there had been some written journals that had been found at the residence.
Okay. And did that include any sketches?
I believe there was a sketchbook as well, yes.
Yeah.
What all did you do as a part of your evaluation of Carly?
So what I did is kind of the second phase. After having reviewed those records, I spoke to Attorney Camp and suggested I wasn't sure that I was going to be helpful, but I thought it'd be worth my coming down to Mississippi and interview her. And so I came down here and interviewed Carly for about 4 hours on August 29th of this year.
Was anybody else present during that evaluation?
You were present during that evaluation.
Anyone else?
No.
And where did you interview Carly?
That was right here at the I think it's Rankin County Detention Center.
And after your evaluation of Carly, did you have an opportunity to review anything else?
Yes. So after my evaluation of Carly, I received some treatment records from Vital Core, which were her psychiatric treatment records from the correctional facility. I then wrote a report. And then subsequent to my report, I received a copy of the state's expert's report. In addition to that, I did a video interview with Mr. Heath Smiley, Carly's stepfather, for about 90 minutes on August 31st, just 2 days after I had seen her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Whenever you got to counsel opposite first, unless it's already in the notes.
I'm handing you a copy right there of a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
This is a copy of my written report dated September 3rd, 2024.
Okay. And can you tell by looking at your report what the date of your evaluation of Ms. Gregg was?
It was August 29th, 2024.
And is the document I gave you a true and accurate copy of the report you compiled?
I believe that it is, yes.
And if you need to, take a minute to flip through and make sure.
No, I'm good, thank you.
And did you sign that report?
I'm sorry?
And did you sign that report?
I did, yes.
And does your report include a list of any documents you reviewed?
It does, yes.
Did your report also include the list of anybody you spoke to in regards to putting this report together?
It is lacking one interview that I did, which I did not rely on. I spoke somewhat briefly with Ms. Vicki Breland, who's Carly's maternal grandmother, on, I believe it would have been September 1st. I chose not to utilize that information, and so didn't rely on it in my report, and so didn't list it.
So you didn't list it because you didn't rely on it in your report?
Correct.
And does your report include a true and accurate summary of the interview and your mental health evaluation of Ms. Gregg?
Yes.
Does it also include your opinions?
It does.
Your Honor, we would ask, and is it labeled psychiatric evaluation report?
It is.
And what's the date on that report?
September 3rd, 2024.
Your Honor, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
You'll approach.
I was muted.
How many people?
While they have a little sidebar here, I will show you the video. I will show you the video of which one is that? Oh my goodness. Hang on a second. Oh, it's this one. Of the video from inside the house.
Okay.
Just so everybody can like kind of get up to date sort of where they are, what they're testifying about, and what they're talking about. Oh, did I do the wrong one? Shit. Hang on a second. Day 2.
I really only got a few things from this guy.
Right.
What'd you get?
Well, one was that when the state was questioning him, they were asking him about dosage, right?
Right.
And so my big thing on this one case is that she's being tried as an adult. The state is trying her as an adult, but when he talks to that witness, the state asks him, so the pediatric dose for Lexapro is typically 10 milligrams, but they started out with 5 milligrams. So the state right there just gave notice that she was being treated as a pediatric patient.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yes.
That really kind of like bugged me. That really kind of was like, okay, so the state knows she's a child. She needs pediatric.
Bring it up.
I didn't hear anybody bring it up. I'm the only one. I heard. I'm a voice. I'm a hello.
I know.
ridiculous. I think that I mean, does the state? I don't know this myself. Like I said, I'm in Canada, so things work a little bit differently here. But does the nature of the crime allow the state to make that choice whether to charge her as an adult or a child?
I believe so.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a whole
and everything leading up to it.
Yeah.
Where
Okay,
they
so it was
found, like, children's journals, or if she had any kind of thought of killing her mother, and they found it before, bingo.
Yeah, but they haven't proved anything that was premeditated at all.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it was just solely on the nature of the crime, how horrific it was.
Right. Interesting. Okay, so what we have here is the kitchen video, and this is in this video. Please, trigger warning. All right, you do hear the shots when she does kill her mom. So
do you see that tank, that big blue tank on the middle of the kitchen table?
Yeah, what's going on there?
That's a fan for dog grooming. So she's got those 2 golden retrievers.
Yes.
And they look very well kept, and that's one of the tools when you give them a bath. You have to a big hair dryer.
What's up with all these boxes and shit in the corner?
I am not too sure. I have no idea.
I also thought I saw a lot of crime scene photos where the kitchen looked like it was clean. I mean, this doesn't look like a clean kitchen to me, but for some reason I couldn't look back and pinpoint the crime scene photos, but I do recall when I saw the kitchen, it looked clean, like it was a clean kitchen. And this doesn't
Like
look
all
like
these boxes and everything were gone, and everything was off the table and all that stuff, or what?
I don't recall seeing any of this in any of those crime scene photos. No.
Huh.
Interesting.
I mean, prove me wrong. Go back and find them, but I can't recall seeing them.
Yeah. Interesting.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, here's the video, you guys. Here we go.
So 15 is 3, 15 is 3, 356, 31. They're just getting home from school.
Mom? Yeah, that's the
mom
mom.
and daughter. Mom's the teacher. She teaches Carly at the same school. She brings her home.
Yeah, she's they travel to and from school together. Yes, because they. Yeah. But yeah, this is the mom here, and this is Carly, and they just got home from school. So.
And
I'm sorry, I keep calling her the mom. It's Ashley. Ashley Smiley.
Ashley. That's right. Yes, Ashley is her name. That's right.
Has her mom taken her stuff yet?
No, she's going right now. Beeline.
No, she's going right now to she goes and finds her stuff. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Pay attention to her too. This girl, I don't know. She seems suspicious from the time that she comes into the house, because she seems to be paying attention to what her mom is doing. Like you'll see that's just the way that she acts.
That is a big reason I think she has empathy. She knows something's up. She knows something's wrong with her mom. Her mom thinks something. So I'm seeing empathy in this body language. She knows her mom's doing something.
You'll see her walk past this doorway here. And I believe that's when she goes and gets the gun. I mean, it really just seems to come out of nowhere, almost. Like
the dogs know. I speak a little dog, and the dogs are like, "What are you doing?" You hear, the.
Well, do you even hear them arguing or anything before she does it?
Nope.
No, not really. No, not really. You don't. Then that was my point. Like, you don't really hear. Like, it seems like it came out of nowhere because you don't really hear any arguing or yelling or anything like that before this happens, and it's just it's crazy. So, anyways, let's keep going here.
Well,
I think that's right there. You hear a little bit.
Yeah, the dogs are bugging her. The dogs can tell she's upset.
Something, yeah. So she goes outside, and then you see the mom kind of her walking, the daughter walking across this doorway. I was a little bit premature with what I was remembering of this video.
Yeah, right about now is when the mom is finding the stash and wondering what to do.
Yeah.
So apparently, by testimony I've heard earlier, the mom takes there was like 4 boxes of vape pens or something like that. And the mom takes them out of Carly's room and takes them back to her bedroom.
Yes.
I'm not sure where the mom goes after that, because I haven't heard a testimony or anything like that after that.
Yeah.
There's Ashley.
And she's on her phone.
Ashley has the white phone.
Yeah. You see, she leaves it on the counter.
Where's Carly? Dogs and Carly are outside. Goes back. So right now, Carly's outside playing with the dogs.
Mom's digging around.
Rummaging through the teenagers.
Yeah.
So somebody ticked mom off.
Yeah.
Yes. One of Carly's friends.
A couple of her friends, I think.
Told mom.
Yeah, there was a scheme. So one friend drew Carly away from the classroom, so the other friend could rat on Carly.
Oh
yeah.
My God.
Yeah, that's kind of shitty too, right? Yeah.
That's big time shitty.
Yeah.
I mean, why? Just because they didn't do it or what?
They were worried about her. She was cutting her legs and stuff. She wasn't acting herself. All right, there she goes. She's going towards Carly's room now, I think. Maybe not.
No, I think she's going to her own room.
Oh.
Carly's room is like beyond these boxes here, around the corner.
The right. Ashley's room
Yes.
is to the left.
I believe so. Yes. I believe so. Yes. Carly's room has to be to the right because that's the direction that she goes when she shoots her mom. And her mom was found in Carly's room. So.
I haven't seen any part of this where the Ashley carries like boxes away towards like.
No, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that either. Actually, no.
Just going back towards Carly's room. Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't think any of this I don't think this camera is motion activated. I think it's just continual streaming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's got something in her hand.
Yeah, she had there.
She walked quickly too.
Yes, she did.
And back.
He goes again. What the fuck is she doing, dude?
Yeah.
So it's 4:10 now.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. So did you see that?
For her to come back in.
She was looking for
Carly.
her.
Is she gonna
Yeah.
catch me? Is she gonna catch
Right.
me looking for her stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Right there. Why have
So-
cameras inside Agatha Mystery? I think the same thing.
Well,
I would
the-
never have at my house.
The bio dad has type 2 bipolar, and so she is kind of worried because Carly's been cutting herself. So having a camera inside the home, I mean, yeah, people have pet cams and that sort of thing, but it kind of makes more sense that she had a cam for looking out for odd behavior.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
if she had like the gun waiting for the ex-husband, that's probably why too.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That could be too. Yes. Yes.
So 4:13. 3 minutes later.
I could probably bump forward, but I just don't want to miss anything. There it is. So here comes Carly back into the house. Hello, Tina. How are you? Good to see you. Hey, nurserykins.
And she goes looking for her. Where's the
Carly
mom?
suspects something. What's going on? Something's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's where she goes and gets the gun.
Oh wow. Well, she doesn't even know she's been busted yet.
And I think she sees her. She saw her mom in her room now.
But she hasn't even been confronted with it yet, right?
Oh,
And
there it is. She did go. So the mom's Ashley's mom. Ashley,
There.
the mom. Her room was to the left because
Yeah.
right now behind her back.
Yeah, she has that gun behind her back right now. So I'm just gonna back up 5 seconds here so that we can. I'll let it play through.
The doggos know. Put that.
You see the dog sniffing
Put it
her
down.
hand, right? He sniffed
Mhm.
behind her. Okay, here we go, you guys. Trigger warning.
Mm.
Right there.
Oh.
Shot number 2. Shot number 3.
She shoot her 3 times.
She shot her. They found two bullet wounds on her, I believe. So I don't know. Maybe the third one missed. I'm not quite sure, but she had 2 bullet wounds to her head. So I think the third one maybe have missed. Now pay attention to her demeanor when she comes back into this kitchen.
Okay.
Pay attention to how calm she is.
The white phone on the counter is Ashley's phone.
Yes, her mom's. Yes, the one on the counter is her mom's phone. And look how quick she goes and picks up this phone. How she's so calm. There doesn't look no worry in her, no nothing. It's actually a little bit eerie. So watch her when she comes out.
Oh, doggos. Oh.
So she sits down. She puts that gun behind her on that stool. It's sitting behind her.
She sits on it, so the gun, so the dogs won't get it. Basically, that would be. The dogs would knock it away if she put it somewhere else, right?
Yeah, they might have. Yeah.
That may be a 14-year-old dog.
I'm sorry. She immediately grabs her mom's phone to text her dad to see when he's coming home.
Stepdad.
Stepdad, yes. And I believe she did that just so that she would know, like, sort of a time frame of, when to, wait by the door, I guess, or, whatever it was. Anyways, she's very, very calm, though. She's very, very calm. She just shot her mom in the head, and she's laying, dead in her room. And her demeanor just scares the shit out of me. It really, really does.
Yeah.
Oh, doggos.
I know.
They know, right? They know something bad
They're
just happened.
Standing there going, "What the fuck just happened?"
Especially this white one here. He seems really.
Yeah, that white one knows big time.
Yeah.
He wants the fuck out of there. She wants the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
She's singing.
What?
She's got the gun behind her back.
And she goes back in there?
Yes, she does.
The dogs won't even follow her.
No. Well, they do, actually, because she tells them to get out of the room. She goes into her room, and of course you don't see it on camera, but she puts a towel over top of her mom's head, and she crosses her arm over her chest.
Yep.
What?
Yep. Yep.
I wonder what that was.
I think it was one of the dogs going outside. I think they might have a dog door. I'm not sure.
Oh.
But the one dog kind of disappeared. Under this chair, you know?
I missed him coming out. I missed her coming out.
Yeah, Goldens are super smart. They probably knew how to open the door.
So
he's
just back there crossing the arms, covering the head.
Yep.
Looking around, ding da ding da ding.
Waiting for Dad to text back.
The thing of it is she is still in there with her mother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she took the phone with her.
Yeah. But she's in the room with her mother.
And this is also the time where she called several friends of hers.
To show them
why. Yeah, well, maybe to reach over help. Maybe, I'm not too sure. But the one friend that did come over, well, there was two of them actually. I think there was two of them that came over. she asked, "Well, do dead bodies make you wheezy or something like that?" And the friend said no. So she brought her friend into the room and showed them her mom. So
Yeah, there's a doggy door, definitely.
And we're gonna see her friends coming over here too?
No.
Oh.
I haven't seen any of that. I haven't seen that video.
The only video of her and any of her friends was them jumping over a fence, and you see Carly jumping over a fence at some point, and some other large boy behind her jumping over a fence and following her.
Yeah.
So that's a whole bunch of questions I had, because I thought she was texting some girl. I thought some girl came over.
I thought one of them was a girl and then one of them was a boy.
She's like singing to the dog still. Like,
Yeah, like just acting normal.
Come on, hey.
Return the exhibit.
It's just crazy.
You can stand down, but you're still under subpoena. You don't need to discuss your
Oh.
testimony with any.
Who is that?
While he's exiting rooms, any of the.
It was one of the investigators.
Further witnesses. Anybody? All right. State may call its next witness.
State was investigator Zachary Connor.
Her lawyer's like, shit.
Right? Yeah.
I apologize. Everyone remain seated.
Oh, they will.
This big guy here sitting beside her, he was falling to sleep there in day one, I think it was. He was literally falling asleep, like he said, was not. His eyes were.
Are these public defenders?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, these lawyers seem to be kind of super intelligent. I don't think they're like, they seem to be hired by somebody hired these lawyers. They're not.
Yeah,
like,
I think so too.
I mean, public defenders are great. I mean, they know the ins and outs of the system. But
yeah, I mean, look at shit.
Her friends did testify. Yes. They didn't. Yeah, they didn't show it though because they're minors.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
I imagine
did you hear it, or you didn't hear anything?
There is testimony. You can get a readout of it. There are a couple channels that did readouts of the friends' testimonies.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I
What
haven't
did
heard
they
any
have
of
to
it.
say? Do you know?
Yeah, the channel attorney Melanie Little did a readout of all the testimony, but I don't think she made like a playlist of testimony. It was just like in part of her part of when she was reading stuff and watching the case.
Right. Yeah. Just reading the transcript.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, interesting.
We'll have to see if we can get it and see what they said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, for those in the audience, one of the jurors signaled that they did need a restroom break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Pee break.
First witness, get them on the front row,
Pee break. Okay, I want you to listen to this guy for just a little bit, though. It's be crazy because you haven't seen too much of this, so.
Okay.
We swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Yes. Have a seat and adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to speak directly into the microphone, but you speak so the gentleman on the back row there can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you understand that you're now under oath and your answers will be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Here, Cotton, if you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
Zachary Cotton. I'm an investigator at the Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
Investigator Cotton, how long have you been with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I started in April of 2015.
And tell us
Agatha, Misty, I will definitely try and find it. The transcript from the friends. I'll find it and we'll go over it for sure. Maybe not tonight, but another night for sure. We'll definitely read it if we can for sure. I will find it.
tell us kind of work your way through, because did you start in dispatch?
The jail.
The jail.
Yes, ma'am. And I went to the academy in January of 2017.
And so you graduated from law enforcement academy in 17, and then were you with the sheriff's department as a road deputy at that point?
I was a school resource officer at the beginning, and then in December of 2017, I transferred to patrol.
On March the 19th of 2024, what role were you in with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I was working in investigations.
Did you have the opportunity to be called out to 314 Ashton Way?
214, actually.
214.
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that?
It's over there in Farmington Station, over there off of Farmington Boulevard out in Brandon, Mississippi.
And what was your reason for going out to that location?
The sheriff's department received a call from a male that had stated that he had been shot by his stepdaughter and that his wife was found deceased inside the residence.
And what was your role when you arrived on the scene at that location?
When we initially got there, I, along with other parties on scene, made sure the residence was safe. Other investigators had made it on scene prior to my arrival and began taking pictures. While I was on scene, it was noted that a friend of the suspect or the defendant had been located in the area. I went outside and interviewed him whenever he was outside the residence.
And we heard from testimony from him yesterday. What, if anything, did you do after you spoke to the male friend that came that day?
His mother was there, explained to her that we would need his phone in order to make a forensic copy of the phone, due to him admitting that he had communicated with the defendant through his cellular device. Around the time that he was being interviewed, and I'm not sure the exact time, but it was informed that Miss Gregg was taken into custody. At that time, it was verified where to take her, whether or not the jail or to the youth detention center due to her age. It was decided to take her to the youth detention center out in Pelahatchie.
While on the scene, did you have interaction with Miss Gregg?
If I did, it was very brief. I don't recall.
Did you have an opportunity at the sheriff's department to do any sort of testing on Miss Gregg?
I did not. One of the other investigators, whenever she was arrested at the scene, was able to test her for gunshot residue and did initial photographs of her person.
Did anybody take any buccal swabs of Miss Gregg?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of when that happened?
It was approximately a week later. I obtained a search warrant for buccal swabs.
Yes, ma'am.
I've handed you one envelope. What do you recognize that to be?
It says it's a buccal swab of her left cheek and a buccal swab of Miss Gregg's right cheek.
And those are both of Carly Gregg, the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Do those appear to be altered in any way?
No, ma'am. Other than they were taken to the crime lab.
If you would you turn them over? Are your initials on those?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean?
That I sealed it on that specific date.
Your Honor, we'd ask that these be marked as state's next exhibits.
Any objection? No objection. All right, mark the left cheek as S47.
So there is a couple ways to say a buccal swab, buccal swab. So here they say buccal swab. So that's a swab inside the cheek with a basically a Q-tip. They take a Q-tip, they swab the inside of your cheek, take it
Investigator
to a
Cotton,
lab, test
excuse me.
DNA.
Did you also close and seal
for DNA.
evidence of swabs taken from the firearm used to kill Miss Smiley?
That was not me. I believe that was Investigator Burnell did that.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Cheese doesn't want my rent, Teresa. I tried to give my rent a couple times. He said no.
I don't want to ranch. Don't ever give me a ranch. don't let the monkey fool around with them.
I'm handing you 2 envelopes. If you could take a look at those, both front and back.
Oh shit! Sorry.
What you making?
What are those 2 envelopes?
They
Snack time.
This one says
I
it's
had to heat up my
a
creamer.
swab taken off of the trigger of the firearm, and this other one says it's a swab from the hammer of the revolver.
And did those both bear your initials as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Indicating that you do know what those are?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that taken from the hammer and the trigger of the weapon used in this crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, S49 will be the swab of the hammer. S50 will be the swab of the trigger.
Investigator Cotton, we've heard from 2 other officers, a deputy and investigator, that were involved in this case, and so I certainly don't want to rehash what they've talked about. We've gotten, I think, through the point where in the investigation where the crime scene was cleaned up, process, I'm sorry, the victim
Was it snowing that day?
in the deceased victim.
What, if anything, was the weather like?
To observe
Snowing and rain.
Yes, ma'am. It was approximately a week later. I believe it was on March 26th at the Mississippi Crime Lab.
Snowing?
What, if anything, was the weather like?
Dude, she had a Nirvana t-shirt on.
Yeah, no snow.
There was no snow.
She said, "I don't want to rehash what we talked about with the other detectives." Had Lally in that the Reed case, it would have been like 5 weeks earlier.
Oh my God. Look at you, Teresa. Careful, you're boosting up the ego there. I'm just kidding. I'm just looking in chat. Kind of hot. Come on, girl. I'm hotter than a Tucson summer.
How can you tell?
So hot. Oh.
Oh my gosh. They're having fun in chat, and I'm enjoying reading it. So
41 and 42.
Dude, my fucking jaw is still hurting.
Take a look at those.
What's in the microwave?
Tell me what those are.
These are both projectiles that were recovered from the body of Ashley Smiley. One of which was recovered from her brain, and the other which was recovered from the back of her neck.
And were you present when the autopsy was performed and those projectiles were removed?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also seal that evidence?
I believe the crime lab sealed that one due to them being the one that actually recovered the projectiles.
But you were present when they were recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
We'd ask that those be marked as an exhibit rather than ID at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted all purposes. Please hand them back to the court reporter. They mark 41 and 42 all purposes.
Put your gloves on, sir.
Yeah. Amateurs.
Who's making stuff in the microwave?
All right, you may proceed.
I think that's crazy.
It shouldn't be me beeping anymore.
Oh.
My beeping's done. I don't know. My here don't beep.
My beeping.
Investigator Cotton, who all did you witness, or who all did you, I guess, interview in this case?
One of the parties that was interviewed was the friend that was over at the residence at the time Mr. Smiley was shot.
And her initials would be the BW, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then as well as the friend that was outside the residence that was located, whose initials are BG.
Okay.
So there were two friends.
Spoke with parents of some of the other juveniles that Miss Gregg had attempted to contact on the date that this incident occurred, as well as Mr. Smiley.
Okay. And when you I guess, you were at this, you originally were the investigator who got the, I guess, the little SD drive, with that SD card, would that be correct?
The one that he provided to us went with the initial garage footage.
Yes.
Is that one? Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Hugs?
you were at the scene
Hugs.
that night, when this takes place.
Hugs, big hugs.
Yes, sir. I went to the residence for a short period of time.
I need a hug.
And
Give you a hug.
with the
Thank you for the
investigator,
hug.
and you're the lead investigator.
Yes, sir. Investigator Burnell helped me with it.
Okay, and so you gathered all the all the evidence and information that you could on the 19th.
The Investigator Burnell did. I wasn't there for the processing of the scene. I had left to go back to the office.
Okay, and then what did you do when you got back to the office?
We have a drying chamber up there that we can secure clothes and other evidence in there that may either be saturated in blood or just water in general. Miss Gregg's clothes, whenever she was booked in, were brought up there and placed in this drying chamber to dry out.
So you don't just have like butcher paper that you just lay clothes on? And,
I get.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a drying chamber. We know how to preserve evidence, so that's what we do, and we catalog it, and we take it into evidence, and there's a chain of custody. Oh my God! What a backwoods.
I got you.
Gathering all the evidence for this case. Would that be correct?
I assisted with it. I had other investigators assist me with it as well.
Okay, but you're the main guy in this case, so everything sort of comes to you. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. Eventually, it would come back to me.
Okay, and so you see all the videos, you know everything that's out there concerning this case, right?
I would believe so. Yes.
Okay. Now, I know at some point there's a video with I guess a deputy Stack.
Oh, Shaq.
I'm sorry, Shaq. Are you aware of that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does Carly ask to see her mother on that video, doesn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall.
All right. Now, I guess you interviewed Heath, is that correct?
Yes, sir. At a later date, not on the date that the incident occurred.
Okay. After when you interview Heath, and this is, I guess, it's a couple days after. Is that correct?
I think it was approximately a week and a half. It was the very beginning of April.
Okay. And he comes and sits down, and had you gotten the SD card by at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, because I noticed it said that you and it was you, his attorney, and himself, and he had gotten an attorney based upon whatever happens with this SD card, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you're asking him, sort of why this happens, or why this happened, because this was not normal for, somebody just walk up and shoot their mother, correct? Especially if there's not a sort of a history or something, correct?
I may have. I don't remember the specific question, but I may have an interview.
Okay. And it's at that time where...
So the stepdad just ran out and got an attorney.
Yes, he did. He did. He went out and got an attorney. Yeah, absolutely.
They're like, oh, so what happened with the SD card? Let me get my attorney on.
Yes, because he thought that he was, moving files from the SD card onto his computer, but apparently...
Oh, yeah, Apple versus Mac, yeah.
Yeah,
we all make that mistake.
Yeah,
dude, I'm telling you, there's some sketchy shit going on here.
Yeah, that's very true. So. Very, very true.
Sounds like a Stephen Stones to me.
Yes. Okay, we are going to actually go back to today's proceedings so that we can try and get through those. Because tomorrow's day 4. So,
Okay.
all right. Having a sidebar. Oops.
What's going on here?
Okay, and the psychologist is on the stand. Psychiatrist. What the hell did I do there? Oh. Okay.
Sorry, I'm sniffing. I'm outside.
So what his job was to aggregate all of the reports from Carly, from her previous psychiatrist, from all of her previous doctors, all the reports, the police reports. So he aggregated all this to try to figure out what her behavior was, try to figure out a baseline of her behavior, and try to figure out why she did what she did. And so he just kind of like puts it all together, and then he bases his only report on mostly aggregate, and then a interview, I guess, with Carly and a couple of her friends, and the stepdad.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Expert opinion on any facts or data that you've been made personally aware of?
Yes, I base my expert opinion on my training, my experience, my knowledge of the literature, and on the information that I gathered as a part of this evaluation.
And did you also base your opinion on facts and data in this matter that you personally observed?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you personally observed that you based your opinion on?
So what I personally observed was my 4-hour interview with Carly, my 90-minute video interview with Mr. Heath.
Right, Teresa.
And then reviewed large quantity of records, including some videos and some still photographs. So I guess that's personal observation.
And were you able to after observing and reviewing the records and your interview with Carly, were you able to come to an opinion as to the ultimate fact in this matter?
Yes.
And is that contained in your report?
Yes. Just to be clear, I guess I came to an opinion regarding the McNaughton issue in this matter.
And that's contained in your report?
It is. I will say my position is that the final decision as to whether or not Carly Gregg meets criteria for the McNaughton standard is one that's best left, one that is most appropriately left to the finders of fact. It's not my job, not my business. I feel I'd be usurping their responsibility. So I didn't answer that ultimate question, but I believe that I provided enough information to allow the finders of fact to use that information in their deliberations.
And that is contained in your expert report?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we ask that Dr. Clark's expert report be admitted into evidence.
Did he say why? Did I miss it? Not yet.
No.
Did he say why? What?
Of why he thinks she did it?
Oh
no.
I don't think he ever says it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know if he's allowed to say why he thinks she did it. But
well, I mean, can he would say, like, on a professional note of because the chemical change in her brain or that kind of shit.
Right. Yeah, I know he has
all vague stuff like that.
Yeah.
Teresa, you want me to mute my mic or what?
Mute that mic. I'm not sure. Whose mic? Mute whose mic?
I don't know.
She's saying you may continue.
If she's being mean or what?
Facts and data that you reviewed and observed, what you ultimately relied upon to come to your conclusion?
See, here we go.
Along with my training, education experience, and familiarity with the literature.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Jesus, did I go the wrong way?
Someone brought that up. I did see somebody chat that they didn't use that medical qualification the standard that they ask for? You know, is it within your? I mean, do you? I can't recall exactly what it is, but like, you know, with a reasonable certainty, is that your medical opinion?
On the same that any expert in your field would typically rely on when making this evaluation?
I'm not sure I can speak for any expert.
Kat, people are saying that your microphone is really loud.
Mine is?
Yeah. So
should I use my
like when you're talking, it's just really loud. Are you able to turn your microphone down?
Should I use my golf announcer voice? So
Yes.
right now we're watching the doctor.
It doesn't seem loud on my end, but shit on their end.
Oh my gosh.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
I'll see what I can do.
All right.
The expert, but I believe that the protocol procedure that I utilize is one that is standard in doing a forensic psychiatric evaluation. That interviewing the party, interviewing knowledgeable collaterals, reviewing the relevant records, and then coming to a conclusion, I think is typically how such reports are done.
And would your interview with Carly and her family member that you stated be typically done by someone in your field who's trying to come to an opinion?
Yes.
Who would be rendered an expert of that opinion?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask that Dr. Clark's report be admitted into evidence.
Full objection.
Yes, sir.
Y'all first.
Objection. It doesn't help our case. Is that mic any better?
It is a little bit, yes.
Oh. So they're objecting to his professional opinion. Is that what we're saying here and seeing here?
Yeah, they didn't ask like the magic words. Like, pretty please, can you give us your expert opinion?
Oh, good God.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was gonna say, what happened to Cheese here? Cheese got timed out. That'll teach you. No,
that's it for now.
It was a mistake.
I don't know. You have a pretty classy chat. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, absolutely. My chat is very respectful, and they're awesome. They have lots of fun in there, so absolutely. Oh God, I thought it was paused. God, come on, people.
Might as well be.
Yeah.
Dr. Clark, based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, what were your overall impressions of Carly's personality and development?
So my overall impressions were that Carly was a young teenage girl who loved school, was bright. I think enjoyed the fact that she was bright, loved reading books, loved thinking big thoughts, that she was a loyal and generous friend, that she may have been something of a follower rather than a leader, that she was generally energetic, she was involved in many activities, that she had a close, although somewhat complicated relationship with her mother, and a close, affectionate relationship with her stepfather, and that she had a much more problematic relationship with her biological father.
And what, if anything, were you able to gauge about Carly's having any behavioral issues or a history of behavioral issues?
So it was my impression that Carly had, to a very large extent, always been well behaved, was a dutiful girl, sought to do well in school, sought to please her mother by doing well in school, and then in the last perhaps year, developed some what I took to be relatively common teenage behaviors, such as staying up past curfew on a burner phone to text with friends, for example. I think on one occasion she snuck out at night after curfew to go visit a friend. And then, in addition, in the last perhaps 6 weeks prior to the arrest, she began smoking marijuana.
What, if any, past history of trauma did Carly have?
So Carly had a somewhat difficult childhood in a couple of different ways. One is that She had a younger sister who died of a medical illness when Carly was about 4 years of age. And the younger sister was around 18 months of age. And Carly reported to me that that was hard for her. She remembered it happening, and it was difficult for her.
That's
Secondly,
horrible.
her parents divorced when she was around 4 or 5 years of age. She reported to me that she remembered a lot of arguing, and that she recalled having seen her mother having been bruised or injured by her father, that there was domestic violence, although she never witnessed it directly. She told me that her mother had informed her that the father had beaten her. And she told me that she recalled she and her mother leaving late at night as the parents separated. She told me that she, and it's my understanding as well from records, that Carly had court-ordered visitation with her father about every other week, but that was difficult, that she found her father to be angry, unreliable, that at times he would just sit in a chair all day long and not speak to her, that at times he wouldn't help her get food or fluid. And there was one incident in particular when she was around 6 years of age, when something the father had done frightened her, and she ran and hid under the bed. And this was an incident that continued to bother her. She also told me that her father was a dangerous and scary driver, and it was scary for her to drive with him.
Good God, why did the mother even have this child around?
What thing did you learn about?
I know,
Carly's
it sounds
educational
horrible.
So what I learned was that Carly was always a good student, that she worked hard, that she got good grades, that she scored quite high on standardized testing, and that she had skipped the 4th grade. And she reported to me that she really enjoyed or appreciated having skipped, because she thought she found the 5th grade that she went into more challenging academically, and she actually liked the kids there. So my understanding is that she had always done very well academically.
What, if anything, did you learn or consider regarding any incidents at school with Carly?
So I think there were maybe 2 or 3 incidents at school. One was when she was in the 7th grade, she brought a knife to school. And she told me that it was a Swiss Army knife, and she brought it because another child had asked her to. And what she told me was that the other child had then told the principal about it. But at any rate, she was found out to have had the knife, and she ended up having to go to an alternative school for that semester. I reviewed records from a therapist that had met with Carly and her parents on, I think, at least 2 occasions around that time about that incident. And the therapist indicated that she thought that this was, that her quote was, much ado about nothing. And the therapist implied in her records that she thought the school was being sort of overly reactive around it. But nevertheless, Carly went and spent a semester in an alternate school.
Based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, what did Carly actually do when she got to that alternative school?
Well, what I understood was that Carly had taken some responsibility for helping to teach the class when she went there.
Wow.
You said earlier that you found Carly to be more of a follower than a leader. Can you elaborate on that?
I think that it was something that I had read from some of her friends describing her in that way. I understand, for example, that there was an incident at school when Carly and perhaps other kids, I actually don't know, but Carly at least had drunk some hand sanitizer, kind of on a dare. So I took that to be an example of her not using terribly good judgment and kind of being a follower in that regard.
Based on your evaluation, when did Carly first begin?
They drink hand sanitizer up here, like on the streets. You know, the bums around and stuff like that. Like they had put the hand sanitizer. They've put it like behind the pharmacy, and they have it like locked up and stuff like that, so that you know, people can't come in and just purchase it. Like it's pretty crazy, because hand sanitizer has alcohol in it, right? So yeah, they drink it up here. So
oh my God,
yeah, it's pretty sad. So
it smells horrible enough that you, oh my God.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
First began to develop mental health issues?
Well, when Carly was young, ages, let's say 6 to 9 or so, what she reported to me was that she felt kind of depressed. I don't quite know. I'm reluctant to use kind of the psychiatric term of depression, and that for a child that young. But Carly reported that she was unhappy. She said that it was tough having to visit her father. The divorce was hard. The death of her little sister was hard. They were living in a small house, and I think somewhat financially strained. This is before Heath Smiley came into their life. She said that was a difficult time. She also reported, well, actually, I think 2 or 3 things. One is, I noted from the records that there were a few occasions when Carly was noted by her therapist to have had intrusive memories or bothersome memories of times with her father. and she was reported on one occasion to have just been minding her own business and kind of idly, and having these memories coming back and were bothersome for her.
Teresa just giving
She
cat.
also reported that she began hearing
I'm
voices
getting the business.
relatively early in her life. Again, the ages 6 to 9, that she began hearing a voice. It was a male voice, unfamiliar to her.
Sherlock Holmes.
Things like, "You're better than them."
Baker
Things
Street.
that were sort of elitist in a certain way. She reported
Yes.
that became a constant, not necessarily bothersome, but kind of a constant thing for her. She also reported that, again, early on, that she began to have this experience of feeling distant from the world, as if she was in a dream. Things were sort of foggy for her in that regard. So that she said was kind of a regular, frequent thing that happened to her, again, in this sort of ages 6 to 9 period of time.
Of course, healing.
You just used the phrase intrusive thought. Can you explain to the jury what you mean when you say intrusive thoughts?
Yes, I'll try not to get into jargon. But intrusive thoughts is one symptom of post-traumatic stress. And I'm not diagnosing her with post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but people that have experienced trauma that haunts them afterwards sometimes have the experience of, especially when they're not paying much attention or when their guard is down, the memories will come back and in a bothersome way. All of a sudden, they'll just recall whatever it was, and it'll be upsetting for them. So, and for some people, they can be really bothered by it. It can be very problematic for some folks. But it's considered to be a post-traumatic symptom, and that Carly seemed to have had in the aftermath of her difficult experiences with her biological father.
Based on your evaluation, was there a period of time in which Carly's mental health issues began to be more significant?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So beginning from around the age of 9 or so, what Carly reported was that she began to feel depressed, that the auditory hallucinations, meaning she was hearing voices, that those continued, that these experiences of feeling like the world wasn't real continued. And then somewhere between the ages of 9 and 11, the depression continued, and she then began to cut herself. And as I understand it, she'd been cutting herself for about 2 years, so starting around the age of 12, that she would, on a fairly regular basis, make superficial cuts on her thighs as a way to help manage her anxiety and distress. And I'd be happy to talk about just cutting, right, which is a relatively common phenomena that typically teenagers engage in, not so much in a way to try to kill oneself or to injure oneself, but as a way to cope with feelings that are too much to handle. So it's kind of a maladaptive way of coping with feelings, and often it's a reflection of some level of either depression or anxiety or just mental health struggles.
And based on your evaluation, about when did Carly's parents learn that Carly had been engaging in cutting?
So I think it really wasn't until December of 2023, so just last December, that Carly's parents learned. As I understand it, she had been cutting fairly regularly for about 2 years before her parents found out.
Were there any other behaviors that her parents learned around December of 2023?
So the other behaviors that the parents learned about at that time was that Carly had been using an old iPad or an old iPod perhaps to text with friends, and I think with a boyfriend, quote unquote boyfriend, after hours. She'd be doing this, of course, without her
How do you
parents'
text with an
knowledge.
iPod?
And Carly's parents found out about it.
What, if any, issues had
I don't know. There's there are apps apparently that you can put on them and be able to text from them or access some sort of social media, maybe like to use DMs or something. But yeah, I was a little bit.
What's around anymore?
Yeah, I was a little confused on that too.
I thought it was their accent. I thought they were saying like iPad, but like their accent made it sound like iPod.
Yeah, no, it wasn't actually. It was an iPod. I've seen that.
Yeah,
or I've heard that.
I would have said iPad if it would have been iPad.
Yeah, it would make more sense. But they said iPod, so it's kind of strange.
Yeah.
So, anyways, yeah, I never had an iPod, so I was.
Me neither.
I was. Our generation was past that iPods things. You know, we were already up to the.
I went from the pager to the phone.
Yeah, that's right.
Is my volume any better now?
It's great.
Okay, thank you.
It's great.
Sorry, so I'm sitting up, Teresa, and my volume's better. Am I
all right? Teresa's keeping an eye on you. She's making sure you're listening to all the rules. Crinsman Moon, yes, yeah. They said iPod, yes, and the older ones could connect to internet. It says so. I imagine that's how probably through I didn't know that myself at all. Jeez.
But the newer ones can't?
I don't know. I imagine the new ones probably could too, but
I would imagine.
I have no idea. Like I said, I never had an iPod, so yeah. Anyways, okay, here we go.
Had Carly begun to experience with sleeping at this time?
So Carly began to develop sleep difficulties from the summer of 2023, and she reported, and Mr. Smiley confirmed to me as well, that she had trouble falling asleep and that she would often wake up in the middle of the night. And she began to take melatonin to try to help with that. And I think by the fall of 2023 found that the single 5 milligram dose of melatonin that she took wasn't enough. And so she would sometimes take a second melatonin tablet to make 10 milligrams.
And is that harmful to take 2 melatonin tablets?
You know, the dosing of melatonin is pretty broad. It's not uncommon for people to take 10 milligrams. Some people take 1 milligram. I'm not sure there's much data to support it, but it's not particularly harmful to do. But I know that her mother was concerned about it, and her mother began to hold the melatonin and give Carly just a single pill each night.
And just in case there's anyone who doesn't know, what is melatonin?
Melatonin is an over-the-counter sleep aid that is that's widely used, thought to be helpful for sleep. Melatonin is a naturally occurring chemical that your body generates to try to put your body to sleep. And so again, it's widely used. It's generally considered to be safe and maybe somewhat effective.
Shit is horrible.
Is it fair to say that melatonin is classified as a vitamin?
I don't think it's actually classified as a vitamin. But again, it's over the counter. And I think, as far as I understand it, no one is particularly concerned. No regulatory agencies are particularly concerned about the fact that so many people take melatonin.
And what happened beginning in January of 2024?
So after Carly's parents found out that she was cutting herself and staying up late using this burner phone, I'll say in addition, the other thing that happened around that time was that Carly reported to them that she was feeling depressed and that she thought she needed help as well. So really those three things happened. And in response, Carly's mother sought out both therapy and a medication evaluation. Carly's mother contacted the pediatrician. The pediatrician made a referral. Carly had an evaluation initially at Precise Clinical with a prescriber. And then shortly after that, her first session with a new therapist, Rebecca Kirk.
What was the course of Carly's treatment between January
well, that didn't work out too good.
2024?
So there were two parallel treatments going on. One was the psychotherapy, right? So Carly was seen every week by Rebecca Kirk. And Carly reported to me that she really liked Rebecca Kirk. She found her.
Hello, Irish eyes.
She liked her. She had not liked her therapist when she was younger, but she liked Rebecca Kirk.
Hi, Irish.
And so they met every week. In addition to that, Carly met with a prescriber early in January and was begun on antidepressant medication.
Dublin,
so the prescriber in Precise Clinical diagnosed Carly with major depressive disorder, which is the psychiatric term for depression, as well as adjustment disorder, and started the medication Zoloft.
What is an adjustment disorder?
He's on meds.
So adjustment disorder.
Oh my God, Teresa. Oh my God, he talks fast for an old guy, doesn't he? He's on meth. Teresa's our comedian. Like honestly, she's so funny. Honestly, she's so. I love her. 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 She says the funniest things, and it's awesome. I love her. So, anyways,
I love people with wit, man. I wish I had more of it.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh.
Micro from California, she could just spit it right out too. It just cracks me up.
Nice. Yeah, absolutely.
Disorder simply means that an individual, I'll just back up and say, it's a DSM-5 diagnosis. DSM-5 is sometimes called the Bible of psychiatry. All the official diagnoses are in DSM-5. And if you're going to bill the insurance company for a visit, if you're a clinician, you need to have a DSM-5 diagnosis to bill. And so adjustment disorder is a pretty broad category that really means someone is having a difficult time with something that's happened in their life. I tend to think of it as relatively meaningless. Like if you're not quite sure what else to say, call it an adjustment disorder, and that covers a lot of ground.
And what is major depressive disorder? So
major depressive disorder really is the psychiatric term for.
Jeez.
Wispius goes down, so she watches everything. 1.5. Dude, then I'm right along with her. I can't fucking.
You asshole. You asshole.
Oh my God. I'm the one
He knows me well. He knows me well. He knows me well. Oh my God, that made me laugh. Oh,
or depression. And in this case, depression, not just feeling sad, but depression is a psychiatric illness. And
how is depression different than feeling sad?
So we use the word depressed in a couple of different ways. You know, if you're feeling down, you might just say, well, I've been depressed today. But in the world of psychiatry, depression really is an illness, and it tends to affect not just your, I guess, your emotional state, but it can affect your sleep, it can affect your energy, your ability to concentrate, sometimes your appetite, your ability just to enjoy things. People sometimes feel the whole body has slowed down. And then not uncommonly, people might become suicidal when depression gets bad enough. So it's really considered to be a psychiatric illness. And it's often the case that individuals who are diagnosed with major depressive disorder then are prescribed psychiatric medication, and antidepressants in particular, to try to treat it.
You mentioned that Carly was first put on Zoloft. Do you recall the dosage that she started on?
I do. So Zoloft is also known as sertraline, which is the generic name. It's an SSRI.
They're the best,
specific serotonin reuptake inhibitor medication. It's an antidepressant, and she was and is widely used in teenagers. And she was given the dose of 25 milligrams initially.
And how did that medication seem to
affect Carly? It didn't seem to have much effect at all. I will say it's a low dose. It's a low dose. And so in that first month or so, Carly took it and reported that it didn't really make much difference one way or the other.
What if any course of treatment was changed at that point?
So in February, Carly had a follow-up visit with the clinician from Precise Clinical and reported that the Zoloft wasn't doing very much at that dose. And so the clinician raised the dose from 25 to 50 milligrams. And I will say that's a perfectly standard dosing. It's a relatively low dose. The sort of the standard dose for Zoloft is 50 to 200 milligrams. That's usually the range where people end up. Folks will often start at 25 milligrams just to kind of go slowly and be gentle, but it's not at all uncommon for adolescents to end up at 50 milligrams fairly soon.
And how did that dosage of Zoloft affect Carly?
So Carly reported, both to me and to the clinician, that at the 50 milligram dose, she felt numb. She felt as if she wasn't able to really experience much pleasure or feel her emotions very much. She reported that it didn't really help that much with the depression, but it really left her kind of flat in a way that was unpleasant for her. And I will say that's a very common reaction. I feel as if I see that quite frequently.
Do you remember the term Carly used for how it made her feel?
Zombied was the term.
And what, if any, medication was Carly changed to after Zoloft?
So at the follow-up visit on March 12th with Precise Clinical, she reported feeling numb. And the clinician then changed her medication to one called Lexapro or escitalopram. It's another SSRI medication. And I will say that it's actually quite common for someone to do poorly on one SSRI and better on another. We don't have the ability to identify up front, ahead of time, who's going to respond to which medication. And there can be a lot of individual variability. So one person might respond well to Prozac and badly to Zoloft, and the next person might respond well to Zoloft and badly to Prozac. And it's a fair amount of trial and error that's often involved. And so the clinician, at that point in time on March 12th, prescribed 5 milligrams of Lexapro. It's a relatively small dose, and instructed Carly to lower the Zoloft down to 25 milligrams for 10 days and then to stop it. In fact, Carly told me that she just stopped the Zoloft cold turkey, I guess, right? Cold turkey is not quite the right term because she didn't have withdrawal symptoms, but she stopped the Zoloft abruptly on March 12th because she didn't want to take it anymore. And maybe she didn't quite understand the instructions. So starting either on March 12th or maybe the next day, Carly was on only the 5 milligrams of Lexapro.
And was there a point in time when a prescriber had mentioned trying to put Carly on Prozac?
I believe that at the initial visit with Precise Clinical, what they reported in their records was that Ashley, Miss Smiley, told them that when she was younger, she had been put on Prozac and she had become suicidal quite immediately, and so really did not want Carly on Prozac.
How did Carly's personality begin to change at school after her dosage changed?
After her dosage
After her medication changed.
So there were a number of things going on by March 12th. And I guess are you asking how she changed the school after that?
Yes.
So my understanding is that Carly managed to be very effective at doing well in school, showing up, looking engaged, and getting good marks. However, I also understand that beginning sometime in February of 2024, Carly began smoking marijuana at school.
And what did you learn about Carly's use of marijuana?
What I learned was that sometime in February of 2024, so perhaps 6 weeks or so before the incident, Carly began smoking marijuana. She told me that she smoked 2 or 3 times a week. I think she told the clinician at the correctional center she may have smoked up to 4 times a week, but not every day, but a number of times a week. She told me that she smoked both at night to kind of help her with her anxiety and help her sleep, and sometimes during the day when she was in school.
Why was it that Carly turned to the marijuana usage?
So what I know is that Carly reported that she used marijuana to help her deal with anxiety and stress. Which I think it's a very common reason for adolescents with mental health difficulties to begin smoking marijuana.
Would that typically be described as self-medicating?
Yes.
And in your experience, is that something people tend to do when they're experiencing symptoms of any medical issue that's aggravating them?
I don't know about any medical issue, but in my experience, I think two things can happen. One is some adolescents start smoking marijuana because they enjoy smoking marijuana. But others who are struggling with mental health difficulties start smoking marijuana because it helps them feel better. I think especially, listen, my experience, adolescents who've been taking medication, when the medication just doesn't work very well, they get a little frustrated or a little discouraged. And and they smoke marijuana, and at least in the short run, they feel a little bit better.
Based on your experience, expertise, and evaluation of Carly, how was the marijuana likely to have caused or affected her symptoms?
So I have a lot of patients that smoke marijuana, I will say. It's legal in Massachusetts, which may make a difference. So typically with individuals who smoke marijuana, what I find is that it may help their anxiety in the short run. Many people report that it helps them helps them sleep better. It typically doesn't worsen a mood disorder. It typically doesn't worsen anxiety. My primary concern with people that smoke marijuana is that they are less engaged in life. They're spending their time high rather than actually doing things. For Carly, particularly her being in school, I'd be concerned that she just wasn't doing as well academically. And if Carly had friends who were...
Excuse me, sir. That's a little stereotypical of you, don't you think? I smoke marijuana all the time. I achieve a lot. Okay? Excuse me, sir. He also said that, like, you smoke marijuana and you feel good for maybe a short period of time. No, I feel good all the time. All the time, I feel good. All the time. Anyways.
Right.
Chat, you guys are doing a bang up job. Like, honestly, God. You probably hear me, like, giggling in the background here. I'm trying to keep myself on mute because I'm bursting out laughing every once in a while. You guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you for keeping me giggling in the background here. So. Oh my God, I love all of you.
Who had feelings against marijuana, it just puts her kind of at odds with some of her friends who are not smoking.
Based on your evaluation and the records you reviewed, did Carly's academic performance begin to suffer at this time?
As far as I can tell, not. The only thing is that Carly reported to me that on March 19th, the day of the incident, she woke up grumpy and irritable and couldn't pay attention in school. She said that was the first time that it ever happened. She'd always been able to really focus well in school, but on that particular day she just could not pay attention.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you in regards to smoking marijuana on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had not smoked marijuana on March 19th, that she thought she had smoked on Monday, March 18th.
And do you recall why Carly said she didn't smoke marijuana on March 19th?
I actually don't.
What were your conclusions about Carly's mental health at that time between January to March 19th?
Yes, I have a few. I think one is that I think Carly was struggling with a significant mood disorder. She had reported to her clinician that she was depressed. They had diagnosed her with depression. They were treating her with depression. Wasn't very effective at that point in time. But in addition, I asked Carly about what is called hypomania. And hypomania is a condition where a person's mood is elevated. I'm going to give a little background. So in psychiatry, there's major depressive disorder, what's sometimes called unipolar depression, where a person is either depressed or they're normal. But there's another condition called bipolar disorder. And classic bipolar disorder is one in which an individual often oscillates between being really depressed and then being manic. And when you're manic, your mood is very high, you're full of energy, your thoughts may be going fast, you feel often bigger than life, you can be more confident, and it can become a very unstable and dangerous state. People often have very poor judgment, they take a great deal of risk, they can spend a lot of money, and they can become really quite psychotic when they're manic. I don't think that happened with Carly, but there is a condition called hypomania, which is elevated mood, but not as severe as mania. Hypomania is where your mood is up, you're full of energy, you feel good, you're confident, you're funny, you're thinking fast, you're smart, you're on top of the world. It's actually, people actually often enjoy it. Like nobody comes to psychiatrists complaining that they've been hypomanic. But for people that have, and there's a condition called bipolar 2, in which an individual suffers from depressed mood, but also at times a hypomanic mood. And the hypomanic mood is not the problem, the depressed mood is the problem. But it makes a difference because when you treat bipolar 2 with an antidepressant medication, you often can make things worse. Either nothing gets better, or you can make someone worse because you can drive them into a manic state. And I think of it, I often say to patients, it's like having a boat without a keel. If you don't have a stable mood and you're cranking up the motor, you're going to be zigzagging all over the lake. And that's what often happens when you treat someone with bipolar disorder with an antidepressant medication. They can have significant problems. So I asked Carly very specifically about hypomania. And part of the reason I asked her was because my understanding is that her biological father has been diagnosed and treated with bipolar disorder. And bipolar disorder is a highly heritable condition, meaning if you have a parent that has it, you have a much increased risk of having it.
Heritable.
So a teenager with depressed mood, with a parent with bipolar disorder, is at a high risk of having bipolar as well. So I asked Carly, what she reported to me was that she has had for the last several years regular, discrete periods of time when her mood is up, when she's more restless, she's more impulsive, she's more rude, she's more tactless, she's physically somewhat agitated, and she'll take risks. She told me that she got her nipple pierced when she was in that state. She told me that she had these clear-cut states and had been having them for a number of years. She told me that I asked her to estimate over the last 5 years, how much of your time have you spent in these states? What she said to me was, over the last 5 years, she thought about 60% of her time in a depressed state, about 20% of her time in a hypomanic state, and about 20% of her time in a normal mood state. So I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2 disorder.
Your Honor, may I approach? Dr. Clark, did you also review Carly's medical records from Precise Medical Clinic?
I did.
I'm going to pass you a copy of those documents. Can you tell me what the exhibit number of that is?
Defendant's Exhibit 19.
And what records are those?
These are the records from Precise Medical for Carly Gregg.
And if you'll see at the very bottom, there's a little red state versus Carly Gregg,
Yes.
and with numbers. If you could, will you turn to page 761 in those records?
Yes.
And will you tell me what we're looking at on this page?
Yes, what we're looking at is something that's called the modified mini screen, which appears to be a series of questions that were asked of Carly, I would think, prior to her visit with the clinician.
And what would be the purpose of having her fill out this mini screen?
The purpose of these screens are to try to flag any possible problems. So it's also time saving. So you ask a number of questions to try to identify what might be the problem areas. And then presumably when the clinician sees the individual, they can focus in on those and ask follow-up questions.
This is something that would typically be helpful for diagnostic reasons?
Yeah, I'd say more than anything, it raises questions. It allows the clinician to kind of focus their interview questions.
And could you read that first question for me?
Question number 1 is, have you been consistently depressed or down most of the day, nearly every day for the past 2 weeks?
And how did Carly answer that?
Carly answered yes.
And could you read question number 4 for me?
Question number 4 was, in the past month, did you think that you would be better off dead or wish you were dead?
And how did Carly respond to that?
Carly answered yes.
Will you read question number 5?
Question number 5 says, have you ever had a period of time when you were feeling up, hyper, or so full of energy or full of yourself that you got into trouble, or that other people thought you were not your usual self? Parentheses, do not consider times when you were intoxicated on drugs or alcohol, end parentheses.
How did Carly respond to that?
Carly responded yes.
Could you read question number 7?
Question number 7 was, have you had one or more occasions when you felt intensely anxious, frightened, uncomfortable, or uneasy, even when most people would not feel that way? Did these intense feelings get to be their worst within 10 minutes? Parentheses, if the answer to both questions is yes, select yes, otherwise select no.
How did Carly answer that question?
Carly answered yes.
And will you read question number 8 for me?
Question number 8, do you feel anxious or uneasy in places or situations where you might have the panic-like symptoms we just spoke about? Or do you feel anxious or uneasy in situations where help might not be available or escape might be difficult? Examples: being in a crowd, standing in a line, being alone away from home or alone at home, crossing a bridge, traveling in a bus, train, or car.
How did Carly answer that question?
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 9 for me?
Question number 9, have you worried excessively or been anxious about several things over the past 6 months?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
Could you read question number 12?
That's a good point, Teresa.
In the past month, have you been bothered by thoughts,
That's what I was
impulses,
gonna
images that you
say.
couldn't get rid of that were unwanted?
Yeah,
or
right. Like
inappropriate,
that's a really
intrusive,
good point. I mean,
I
what
remember
teen
feeling
doesn't
that way.
feel all that?
I remember feeling probably, like suicidal and just weird and yeah.
Right, anxious, nervous. There's a test coming up, or there's you know what I mean, or whatever,
Depressed.
Teens
I've
go through
been depressed though.
Teens go through crap, right? I mean, you're
that age is the worst time of your fucking life, unless you are so popular that you can't stand yourself. You know what I mean?
right. Yeah, I understand what you mean there. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Don't be smoking no synthetic weed. That shit is nasty. I just see them mentioning it in the no synthetic weed.
Organic, baby. All organic.
Yes, always organic. Always. Never synthetic. Never. Oh God, I've heard some bad stories about that shit. So
horrible.
Yeah, for sure. So, okay, but yeah, definitely. All teens feel what he just, said, but I guess if you feel it in a heightened kind of way, I guess that might make a difference. So interesting.
Yeah, this has been pretty interesting. I think he's like, real quick, he's like one of the first doctors that has kept my interest in what he's got to say.
Right. I usually get really bored in this time during one of these this kind of testimony too. But yeah, I agree. He's been interesting to listen to for sure. So yeah.
Question.
She answered yes.
Could you read question number 13 for me?
In the past month, did you do something repeatedly without being able to resist doing it?
And how did Carly respond to that question?
She answered yes.
And could you read question number 14?
Have you ever experienced, witnessed, or had to deal with an extremely traumatic event that included actual or threatened death or serious injury to you or someone else?
And how did Carly answer that question?
Yes.
And what stood out to you in your review of precise medical records?
What really stood out to me was their question about, have you ever been up or hyper? And I saw no indication. And this is, I understand this to be a question that really is screening for mania. You're looking to see whether bipolar disorder of some sort might be a problem. And Carly answered yes to that. And I saw no evidence in the records from Precise Clinical that they had followed up on that. And they ended up not asking her about mania, according to their records, and prescribing her antidepressant medication, which in retrospect might not have been the best choice.
How, based on your experience and expertise, how difficult is it to diagnose mental health issues in teenagers?
Well, it can be tricky for a couple of reasons. And one is that a lot of times teenagers are, if they have a mental health issue, it's just starting to come to fruition at this period of time. It can be a little hard to know. And there's a wide range of kind of normal teenage behavior, and teenagers aren't always terribly forthcoming to an adult. And so, you have to establish rapport, often get information from other places, and hopefully the teenager can open up to you. There's some things that are maybe easier to diagnose than others, but it's not always simple.
Based on your experience and expertise, when you are having sessions with teenagers, how confidential are those sessions?
It's mixed. But I always start out when I'm meeting with a teenager and talking about confidentiality. And I usually say to them, again, depending on the age, I say, I can give you some privacy. You deserve some privacy, but if issues come up that really affect your health or safety or significantly affect your welfare, we got to tell your parents. We got to let them know. So I think every teenager kind of understands that the really serious stuff, the parents going to get pulled in.
And
that's good to know.
What, if any, concerns did Carly already have about having bipolar disorder?
So what Carly reported to me was that she had been worried that she might end up like her father, and that her mother had, especially after all this happened in December, that her mother had frequently said to her something like, "You might be something like you're going to end up just like your father." And Carly understood her father to have a serious psychiatric.
Band's rocking.
So Carly reported to me that she really was worried that she might have a serious psychiatric.
Sorry, you had to throw that out there. If the band's rocking, don't bother knocking. Right? Come on now.
Oh my God. You're killing me.
Oh, these guys. These are so funny in the chat, you guys. Come on. Oh my gosh.
And the fucking station wagon.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh my God.
Okay, there you go. What comment? Highlight what comment, Chiefs? Which one? Which one? Oh, Teresa, did I say something nice to you before, or did you miss it? I don't know which comment you want me to highlight, sir. I'm not sure. God, let me know. Just type it again. Come on, don't be so lazy. Just type it again. Hey, Bitty Crocker, how are you?
You can't do everything at once, okay?
Hey, I'm working up here, Cheese. Hello. I'm just kidding. I'm smoking a joint is what I'm doing, and you're interrupting me. All right?
Smoke time. Smoke them if you can.
That's right, exactly. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Did Carly see her father as a successful person?
No.
Oh, God, love.
Based on your experience and expertise, what would motivate someone to not be forthcoming with their doctor?
So there are probably a number of reasons. I think many teenagers don't really want to go talk to a psychiatrist or even a therapist, but certainly shame is one. Shame and stigma are big. There are a lot of people that engage in denial, that they just don't want to believe that they have a condition, and they like to think that they can kind of soldier through, and they say to themselves that it's really not that bad. A lot of, I think, teenagers in particular, again, are worried that their parents are going to find out. And it's actually still fairly common for people to be worried that they're going to end up in a psychiatric hospital, if they're especially around things like suicide. I'm talking about suicidal thoughts, but just in general, they worry that you're going to wipe me out in a hospital.
Based on your experience and expertise, how common is it for people to be afraid of receiving a mental health diagnosis?
I think it can be very difficult for people. I think especially, depression doesn't quite have that same punch, but bipolar disorder, for example, or certainly anytime you talk about psychosis, I think it's a very big deal for most people to try to come to terms with that, because they worry, understandably, about what it means, what the future might hold for them.
Based on your evaluation of Carly and your interview with her and the records you reviewed, how could Carly be experiencing these significant symptoms of mental illness, but her parents not know, and they live with her and see her every day?
So I'll say maybe two things. I think one is, I think many teenagers are pretty good at hiding things from their parents. It's a skill that most teenagers develop. And especially, a teenager spends a lot of time in their bedroom, for example. They may not see a lot of their parents. And the second thing is, I think Carly has said to me, and she has said to others, that she's really pretty good at putting on a face.
I don't even know how to do that, Stillin. Check StreamYard chat at 153. I don't even know how to do that. I don't know how to do that.
Nope.
Tell me how to do it. I will do it. Let me know. I don't know how to do that.
Right, you don't, but
it's just able to put on.
I think they're just fucking with me. It's what I think they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I think you guys are just fucking with me. Oh, just scroll up with me. Oh, okay. Well, what am I looking for? Start with Teresa before I forget. These guys got me working. Okay, I'll keep scrolling and
you believe that fucking Betty called SF a pedo?
Yes, we played it at the beginning.
Oh
This live. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
She's crazy, dude.
Yeah, she absolutely is.
I mean, there's crazy, and then there's crazy.
Right.
I'm just sweet crazy, but that bitch is nuts crazy.
She absolutely is. Absolutely is.
Did he respond?
I don't think he has yet.
Oh, dude. If that didn't put him over the edge, I don't even know what would.
Oh, he's over the edge with Betty anyways. I'm not. Well, I mean, I'm sure that was probably definitely, shocking for him to hear. But I don't think it's something that he's like going to be like really surprised at. It's Betty. Like he knows who she is. He knows what she is and the shit that she does. And you know what I mean? All it does is just give him fuel. That's all. You know, that's the way that he sees it. Right. It's just fuel for me. You know, it's just, you know,
and
so
the crazy
yeah.
Is that she just is like, you know, the Sue and Queen, but in the end, it's just going to turn like reverse on her, which it already is, you know, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's going to get, I mean, like, if she keeps fucking talking her shit, SF is going to put her in the dirt.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're all here for it. That's for sure. So
yes, we are.
Yeah. I think he's just baiting his time, and this might speed him up a little bit. Yeah, he has been saying that he was going to start litigation with her for a while now. So I think he will.
And then she said something about they're trying to kill her.
Yes.
What the fuck was that all about?
She said that was the Proudfoots that they said that they were going to unalive this person, somebody in the back of a car, and Betty as well. She said that they were going to unalive her as well. And holy shit, I can't wait for the judge to see that. Anyways, I can't wait for the judge to see that, because that ain't going to go well for her when the judge hears her say shit like that. She wonders why she has a protection order with these people. Well, duh. Like, she's just stupid.
So she said, somebody in the backseat of car? Huh?
Yes. They threatened to unalive somebody in the back of a car. I don't know who it was though. It was a lady. I think it was a lady.
Not her.
But I don't know who. I'm not too sure at all. So.
But it was this other lady and Betty that they were going after, supposedly.
Oh yeah. She said like three things. I can't remember who it was. There was 3. She said it 3 times. So yeah, it's at the beginning of this live, I played that. So it's just, yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. She's fucking lost her rocker. I'm serious. Like she's just.
So are people just telling her this shit and she's going along with it?
I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's definitely hard to tell, because I think that she's
the biggest fucking problem.
Well, what's that?
I think Sonia is her biggest fucking problem.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sonia is a huge trouble.
Oh my god.
Absolutely. Yeah, Sonia is.
Oh
yeah.
And then
she just needs to. She needs to like find a hole and jump into it.
Yeah. With her sewing machine.
Yeah, absolutely.
And her fucking cheap ass printer.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
And then another little baby sidebar. I was watching like JLR today, right? And they found couch dude And then I went over to where the people found the couch dude, and I actually seen him.
I watched that too.
Did you see him?
Yes, I did.
That was crazy, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And then it was either Ikmal or Pascal.
What'd they do?
You had the picture. I think it was a thumbnail.
Oh, good God.
Yeah.
See, why did they do that?
that's-
Why?
Teresa, yes, they did show the body. They were live while
It
they
was
were
just a
out.
real tiny
searching
clip.
and
Really, it wasn't too long.
Yeah.
But she
Yeah.
was live, and this couple.
I mean, all you see is just the legs.
Can you?
That's all I saw anyways. All I saw was just the legs.
The terrain.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
Yeah, he was hiking through some stuff to be hidden for sure. It was
But
pretty
I mean,
crazy.
it was like finding a needle in a haystack. And these guys, well, with the buzzards and everything, that's how they found him. But that was crazy, just seeing his legs laying there, and then kind of like you couldn't really see his rib cage a little bit, but like
No, you can't.
head was gone, his arms were gone, like the body's gone, but legs were
Yes.
gone. And like, oh my God, the terrain! I couldn't believe they found him.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
Ooh, that's
You never know.
that's
Yeah.
I think that was
Oh.
the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Wow, KB says I live an hour away from there. I had a feeling he was deceased. Oh, crazy. Hi, love.
Wow. Hi, Keith. Hi, everybody. Hi, KB. I know. I can't believe they had it as a thumbnail. I mean, it was blurry, but still.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
What happened? What did I miss?
Oh.
What did I miss?
Listen, she's walking. What did I miss? God damn it. There's a channel out there. It is called Hatfield and McCoy's.
Oh yeah, they found that guy. Yeah, I was watching him on Instagram.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah,
You
that's
know,
sidebar. Yeah.
Yeah, they got a history. The Hatfield and McCoys. They got that. There's a whole lot of stories about the Hatfields and McCoys.
Well, yeah.
They used to-
yeah.
Of course there
Yeah,
are.
they're all rivals and stuff. But he said that he's both. The
Yeah, he did. His family
man said
is
that he was both. Uh-huh.
Isn't that crazy?
Somebody went to the other side.
Right. Yeah,
Yep.
that's right. Yeah.
He's a love child of both sides.
Fighting, they got to the loving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a forbidden love. It was a forbidden love.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's get back to listen to this guy here. He's
Okay.
It's been pretty interesting. So here we go.
Sidebar over.
On a good face, even
Yeah.
when things are quite difficult, and I think I saw evidence of that in reviewing the records.
And what do you attribute that to, Carly's ability to put on a good face?
I think I attribute it, I think in part to her, well, actually, I understand Carly to have from an early age had this idea, this feeling that she needed to be aware of her mother's emotional state, that she needed to make sure her mother was doing okay. She needed to kind of help her mother not worry so much. And so that she did lots of things like watch a movie together with her mother that her mother wanted to watch, or read a book that her mother wanted her to read. She did lots of things to help kind of calm her mother. So I think that's a big reason. I think the fact that Carly's bright maybe allowed her to get away a little better. But I think she really has a personality.
Maybe the
where
child
she's
was the
very good,
parent.
at putting a smile on her face. And
Yeah, she became the caretaker.
Yeah, and like with her dad too. Like her dad was, obviously, a dipshit too, right? So maybe she, took on that role with both of her parents,
Yeah.
See, it's kind of sad actually.
During your interview with Carly, how would you say that she minimized her symptoms, or did she overplay them?
Good morning, Kelly.
During your interview with Carly, did you find that she minimized her symptoms, or did she have a tendency to overplay them?
in my interview with Carly, I did find that she minimized her symptoms. I thought she really led with this idea that she was doing just fine. And I had to work to get her to answer certain questions. I worked harder with her than I usually do with adolescents in terms of asking specific questions around things that were not going well. So certainly through the interview and then through other documents as well, I thought I saw significant evidence of denial and minimization.
Kiwi.
Did you see that comment in the chat?
Now, are auditory hallucinations or
We could
hearing
tell our
voices?
places where he never would
Is
go.
what someone with bipolar 2
He's
disorder
not talking about
experiencing?
geography.
No. Short answer is no. It's not usual for someone with bipolar 2 disorder to hear voices. Sometimes people that get very depressed can experience auditory hallucinations, hear voices along with that. People that are manic can absolutely experience auditory hallucinations. They can become very psychotic, but otherwise it's really not at all common.
And based on what you reviewed in preparing for your evaluation of Carly, were there any indications in any documents where Carly had reported hearing voices prior to March 19th?
Yes. So the document in particular was her journal entry from March 12th of 2024, and 1 week before the incident.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Healing time, that's crazy.
Carly's journal evidence. The journal entry from March.
Healing time, yes.
What did they do there?
A specific ritual for bodies and parts, yes. Yeah, interesting. Reminds me of in Japan, they have that, they call it the suicide forest. And it is a designated area that they have for people that want to end their life.
What do they do? Just fall off a cliff or do something weird?
No, it's a forested area that people can go. I mean, I guess you take your life any way that you want to, take your life. But it's kind of crazy. What's his name? Logan Paul. Logan Paul got into a lot of trouble for going into that forest and filming.
Oh, really?
Which is highly illegal.
Oh my God! Leave it to him.
Who's making noise? What are you guys doing?
I'm trying to get my cord to charge this.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
So it's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah, if you look up Google Logan Paul, and the story will probably come up. So yeah, it's crazy.
Did he just do it, or was it a while ago?
I think it was maybe a couple of years ago, maybe. And Chopper is saying, Logan was banned from Japan. He cannot go back to Japan no more. So, and I think he he was pretty big on social media and stuff like that. So, I think he definitely suffered there too. Lost a lot of subscribers and followers and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it was a very bad choice.
Now he's fighting, right? Or is that the younger one? Which one's the taller one?
I'm not too sure between the two of them, but I think that he was the one that he was going to fight Mike Tyson. But I think that it's been canceled. Something that Tyson called it off, or Logan called it off. I can't remember. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah.
That forest is creepy. One has taken it more serious, though. I think he's still fighting, but taking it more of a serious, a job kind of thing, other than Logan.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
As far as I know.
Crazy. So much shit out there. It's a crazy world, man. Oh my God. Logan is taller. Jake is the boxer. Okay. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Richard.
Coming in with some help there. Appreciate that for sure.
Tyson
Awesome.
Paul back on, I think. I looked it up. Huh.
Tyson versus Paul. Oh, back on. Okay, could be.
To who
Could
fight
be.
Mike Tyson? Is that what you
Yeah.
said? Oh,
Yeah,
good luck.
Logan fight
Good
Mike
luck
Tyson.
with that.
I'm sorry, but I think even though Tyson's older, I think he's going to kick his butt.
Yeah, but Tyson's got a lot of trauma behind him. He's got a lot of trauma. I saw
That's
him on
very
an interview. Yeah, I saw him on an interview. There was I was watching some clips like on like the most like reporters like when they're doing an interview like the most scariest moments or like that they've had, and this one person was interviewing Mike Tyson, and I think he was talking about, I don't know if one of his kids passed away or somebody passed away. So he's had like a lot of trauma in his life, and when he was sitting, you know how he talks, and he was sitting there, all of a sudden his eyes just like he goes, "You need to leave now." He told him like he went to a place in his head, in his mind, like he said if he wouldn't have left.
Wow.
I think
Yeah,
I think you should have to be mentally stable before you get in the ring. You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
he's got a lot of trauma. I mean, being a boxer in itself, you get hit in the head, you know. But,
wow. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go heat up my coffee. But that's crazy, because I mean, that's power behind the glove that the other guy don't have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting.
So yeah, apparently it's back on, and the favorite is Paul is the favorite. So interesting. Hopefully they cover their ears. Yes. You fight Mike Tyson? Yes. Make sure your ears are covered. Okay. Hello, Michelle. You made it back. Hello. We're still here. How long we've been here? 5.5 hours. Nothing. So I hope Mike wins. He hasn't fought since his daughter's death. I can't see it ending well. Yeah. There we go. That's what happened to his daughter.
That's probably what that reporter said. He was scared. He said he was scared out of his mind just because the way he said it, and he said it so calm, but he just like he was talking about it, and he started kind of he was getting emotional about it, you know, but he didn't want to show it because it really hit him. It hit him hard, and then he just all of a sudden he looked at the reporter like just dead. He just looked at. He goes, "You need to leave now." He told him like that, and he said he froze up. He didn't know what to do, and like they had to. I guess other people he was working with had to kind of get his like, "Come on, let's go." Like he said, he would have hurt him. He was just, you know, he said he was in a place that he that's why he told him you need to leave because he was.
Yes, Teresa, he did tattoo his face, and he bit Evander Holyfield's ear. He's bit his ear off, a chunk of it, anyways. He bit it off and he spit it onto the fucking.
And you know, boxers have what they call them, cauliflower ears, because they're boxers. Yeah. You know how their ears start. Can you imagine? Oh, ouch! That would have hurt. Because you know how they fold over and they kind of get a little thick and they look like little cauliflowers. He would have had to bite hard. Oh, that would have been scary.
Oh my god, it's kind of crazy. Ugh, nah, yucky. All right, sidebar over. Here we go.
March 12th?
Correct.
And is that the journal entry that I've handed you there?
It is.
Is that the same journal entry that you reviewed?
Yes.
And can you tell me what about that journal entry stood out to you in your review?
Would you like for me to read it?
Yes.
So Carly had kept a journal. It looked like it began in January. Was her journal entry from March 12th of 2024, 1 week before the incident.
Your Honor, may I approach? Carly's journal into evidence. You mentioned a journal entry from March 12th?
Correct.
And is that the journal entry that I've handed you there?
It is.
Is that the same journal entry that you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what about that journal entry stood out to you in your review?
Would you like for me to read it?
Yes.
So Carly had kept a journal. It looked like it began in January of 2024, just after after she'd been found by her mother to have been engaging in these behaviors. She kept the journal through much of January and then dropped off. And then this, as I recall, was the only entry in March. So writing on March 12th, Tuesday, she writes, I think I had a psychotic break earlier. The whole ordeal was quite silly. I actually spoke with one of the voices in my head. Well, I didn't hear them until earlier today, but I only do then. My particular friend and I were practically screaming, bloodthirstily and ravenously. Thank God, physical confrontation was not, and I think it's fruitively, possible. I sound crazy. And then she goes on to say, I need to get back into the habit of journaling. That think it's good. I haven't quite decided if I'll bring this stupid thing to Mrs. Kirk, her therapist, tomorrow, but I just, I can't decide. Exclamation mark.
Your Honor, may I approach? Did you also have an opportunity to review a sketchbook that Carly had?
Yes.
And that sketchbook's been placed into evidence by stipulation. What, if anything, in Carly's sketchbook that you reviewed in preparing for her interview and evaluation stood out to you?
I think there was one particular page of her sketchbook. It's titled a 2023-2024 sketchbook that stood out. I will say I don't quite know what to make of it, but I find it raises disturbing questions.
What was it that stood out to you that raised these disturbing questions to you?
So this was, as I understand it, a free sheet of paper that was folded up and put in the sketchbook that was then found at the house after the incident, that was written in green ink in what looks to me to be a different hand or different handwriting than Carly's other handwriting. And it's written almost like a piece of creative writing. It's in the sort of guise of a soldier with a different name. And she writes, or whoever wrote this wrote, anywho, I don't think I'll make it any longer. And then the writing becomes quite primitive and large and scrawling. And it says, please help me, I don't, something, I'm sorry. And then the next line, it goes back to the kind of more ordered writing that had been happening in the above paragraph, and I think it signed something like Germa. And when I asked Carly about this, she said that she had no idea what I was talking about.
Did you ask anybody else about that writing?
I spoke to Mr. Heath Smiley about some of the writings, and he told me that he and Ashley, Miss Smiley, had found several writings in a journal in Carly's room that had been hidden away, sequestered away, that seemed to be of dark themes. And they were worried about it, and they asked Carly about it, and Carly said that she had no recollection. Mr. Smiley also told me that some of the writing seemed to be in a different handwriting, but that Carly disavowed having written that.
And could you look at the second page that I gave you there, sir?
Yes.
Was that also in the sketchbook that you reviewed?
I actually don't recall whether this is in a sketchbook or in a different journal. It's the one titled April 7th.
And what about that entry concerned you?
So I'll just say, Mr. Smiley told me that this, he believed, was from 2023, so April 7th, 2023, 11 months before the incident. And she writes in here, I'm a schizophrenic person. I'm crazy. I miss the comfort in being sane. I just want to find true love. Then maybe I wouldn't be so crazy. My thoughts envelop me. I'm scared. I need help. And I'm happy to talk about.
Yes, please do.
I don't know whether this is just the writings of an emotional, somewhat dramatic teenage girl keeping a journal. It could be, right? So I don't take this as evidence that she had a thought disorder. I do think it's reasonable to think that she's worried. She was worried about her mental health at this point in time.
What, if anything, did Carly disclose to you about her father having schizophrenia?
So Carly told me that her father had bipolar disorder, and I believe she said that he may have had or was being had been evaluated for schizophrenia, but really it was the bipolar diagnosis that she was most clear about.
Okay. So schizophrenia and bipolar disorder were two things that Carly was worried about.
I think that's fair to say, yes.
And this journal entry, according to her stepdad, would have occurred sometime in April of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the court a little bit about what schizophrenia is?
So schizophrenia is a serious mental illness. It's a psychiatric diagnosis that's considered to be chronic and typically has a kind of worsening course over time. It most frequently manifests in sort of late adolescence, early adulthood, and it's characterized by psychosis, so delusions and hallucinations, also disorganized thinking, disorganized behavior, and there's a whole range of what are called negative symptoms of just having less interest, less engagement. It can be treated with antipsychotic medication typically, but the medications we have are not great. Frequently, people need to be hospitalized, often several times in their lifetime. It can be very disabling. It really is, perhaps, I think, fair to say, the most catastrophic of all psychiatric.
I was thinking the same thing, Mr. Lovely. She's only
You talked
14.
about psychosis just a moment ago. Can you explain for us what psychosis is?
Yes. So psychosis is a psychiatric condition. I think I define it as a substantial disorder of thought form or thought content. And thought content really means delusions and hallucinations. If you're hearing voices, if you think the CIA has implanted a receiver in your molar, right? If you think the police are following you everywhere you go, those are considered to be delusions. If you're hearing voices or seeing things, those are hallucinations. But people can also have disorder of thought form where they just are not logical and coherent. Their thoughts just don't fit together very well, and they can become quite illogical, quite irrational, and quite disorganized.
And what do you mean by disorganized thinking?
So disorganized thinking is where, I mean, normally our thoughts go from one thing to another and they're reasonably well connected, and there's an element of a degree of coherence. Disorganized thinking is when often people can jump from one thing to the other. Things don't connect. You know, they'll start talking about one thing and then they'll make a jump to another thing, they'll make a jump to another thing, and it can become a jumble.
What, if anything, did Carly inform you of with regard to an eating disorder?
So Carly told me that for at least the last few years, she had at times restricted her food intake, at times had binged and then purged by making herself throw up. She told me that she had never taken laxatives or diuretics, but that she had been engaging in these eating disorder behaviors for, you know, on a somewhat regular basis. She told me that she had never actually lost a substantial amount of weight, but she'd been doing these things for at least a couple of years. And so she was having, by May, mood issues, eating disorder issues, cutting herself, hearing voices, and sleeping difficulty, all, I guess, leading up to January of 2024.
Can you tell the court what disassociation means?
Dissociation is a psychiatric term that is somewhat broad, but the definition is a disruption.
Good night, Kat. Thank you for hanging with us tonight.
Good night, Kat.
I like Kat. He's very respectful and he's a good cat.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good cat.
Good kitty. Good kitty.
Yeah, good kitty. That's right.
So I'm thinking that this was not psychosis. This sounds more like not a sociopath, but the other one.
Schizophrenic tendencies.
Yeah.
Schizophrenic, tendencies, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Like you said, that usually shows up in, late adolescence, early 20s, type of thing. So it's kind of interesting to see perhaps somebody who's only 14 years old, have those tendencies. I don't know. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This has been quite interesting, this testimony from this guy. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
A disruption of the normal integrity of identity, awareness, memory, body sensation, and connection with the world, which may not mean a lot. Dissociation can be both very mild and quite severe. Mild dissociation, which I think almost all of us have experienced, can include things like just spacing out, right? If you're like driving down the road, you're thinking about something else, you miss your exit, or you get home, you have no idea how you got there, right? That's a mild form of dissociation. Dissociation can include something called derealization, depersonalization, where people feel as if they're just apart from the world, that the world is somehow distant or gauzy, or they're just not engaged. They can feel they're just emotionally flat. Some people have that on a chronic basis, and it can be quite distressing for them. Dissociation is a part of sometimes post-traumatic stress disorder, where people, for example, let's say someone's had a serious trauma, such as a combat veteran, has something might trigger them, and they'll just go off. They'll just go away. It's kind of like the lights are on and no one's home. They'll be back wherever in Iraq or wherever it might be. And that can be very, very distressing for them. Some people have dissociation where they wander. There's a condition called dissociative fugues, where people will just start wandering. It's a rare condition, but people can wander. They'll take a train, they'll take the bus, and they have no recollection of who they are or where they're from. So you get these rare cases where people are sort of found to be just wandering aimlessly, and you ask them who they are, they're like, I have no idea. And then for many of them, their sort of sense of themselves will come back. Dissociation is also seen in what's called dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, which is a somewhat controversial diagnosis. But there are certainly people who experience, I think on a regular basis, these dissociative states that can be very impairing. These individuals really do struggle from a psychiatric point of view. Dissociation is most typically thought of as the result of trauma, right? So either childhood trauma, and one way that people think about it is that it's a protective mechanism. So that, let's say, a child that's being sexually abused, right, during the abuse might just go away. Their mind will go away as a way to protect them from the horror of what they're going through at that point in time. So that's one of the models for how dissociation occurs. Dissociation is also closely related to psychosis. Many people with psychotic disorder also have a high degree of dissociation. So it can range from severe to.
I wonder if that's what little Maddie went through.
And can you explain
Right, yeah,
the
yeah.
significance of
That's a good
bipolar
point.
2 disorder and dissociation and the auditory hallucinations?
Oh, so in the period of time up until March 12th, Carly reported that her mood was flat, that she was zombie, that she was still quite depressed, she was still cutting. She also reported that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more prominent, and she was beginning to worry that they were taking over for her. Now, she told me that the only thing the voices said to her were things that were kind of elitist, like you're better than those people. Like that's the only thing she told me they said. So her mood is poor, the voices are getting worse, her sleep continues to be bad, and she's smoking marijuana on 2 or 3 times a week. She also reported she had a fair amount of anxiety during this time as well.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Dr. Clark, when did you first receive the Vital Court records?
So I received the Vital Court records, or the records from the Rankin County Correctional Facility for her psychiatric treatment and medication. And I didn't receive them until I had already interviewed Carly. I had returned to Boston and got the records afterwards. So I wasn't able to ask Carly questions about the records.
And that's because we had not yet received the records from Vital Court and subpoena. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, let's. There you can see her communicating with her.
Is that grandma, grandpa?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And I don't know who this girl is behind them, but she's been there every day too. So
maybe a cousin.
Maybe a relative. Yeah, a cousin or something. Yeah.
There's a copy of the Vital Court records for Carly, beginning I think March 28th, 2024.
Okay. And are those the same records you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me what stood out to you in those records?
There were at least a couple of things. There were several things that stood out, actually. One is, and I think I was quite surprised to see, Carly reported to the clinicians at Vital Core on March 28th, and then again a month later, she'd been having command auditory hallucinations.
What are command auditory hallucinations?
So auditory hallucinations are hearing voices, and they can be of different content. They're often critical, for example. But command auditory hallucinations is when you hear a voice that tells you to do something. It's fairly common. The voices will often, when a person has this, the voices often tell you to either hurt yourself or hurt somebody else. They're very concerning as a psychiatrist. If someone says they're having command auditory hallucinations, it's very concerning because some people act on them. I had asked Carly several different times whether she had had command auditory hallucinations when I interviewed her. She said no, very definitively each time. So I was surprised to see that she had told the Vital Court clinicians that in fact she'd been having command auditory hallucinations, including ones that were telling her to hurt her mother.
And based on the records you reviewed,
love, I do believe that she is in jail. I don't think that she is being let home every day. I do believe that she is being held in jail. So I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that she's being held in jail. So yeah.
When did the auditory hallucinations stop for Carly?
So Carly reported these command auditory hallucinations in March, and then again in April, and then I think by May they had stopped. And two things had happened. One is Carly had been taken off the Lexapro. So Carly, we haven't really talked about Lexapro. Carly had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, 1 week before the incident. She was continued on Lexapro when she came to the correctional facility. They increased the dose of Lexapro 10 days after she had arrived there. She continued to report auditory hallucinations. And a month later, they took her off the Lexapro. And it was after that, she said the hallucinations stopped. But the other thing that happened at the same time, Carly was put on an antipsychotic medication.
What medication was she put on?
She was put on Abilify, also known as aripiprazole. So on March 28th, She reported these auditory hallucinations. She was diagnosed with major depressive disorder with psychotic features and treated with an antipsychotic medication, Abilify. And then in April, the dose of Abilify was increased from 5 to 7.5 milligrams, and the Lexapro was stopped. So those two medication changes occurred, and Carly reported subsequently that the voices had gone away.
What dosage was her dosage of Abilify raised at any point again?
Yes, at the time that I saw Carly in the end of August, she reported being on 10 milligrams a day of Abilify, and that's what the records would reflect starting in July.
And what stood out to you about that dosage?
So when I met with Carly, she told me she was on Abilify. I didn't know what dose she was on, and she didn't know. She told me the Abilify had been really helpful for her. Typically, in my experience with adolescents who've never been on an antipsychotic before, I'll use 1 or 2 milligrams of Abilify. It can be a very potent medication. It can be very sedating. And typically, what I see with adolescents, especially those who have not been on antipsychotics before, is they might be on 2 milligrams, maybe 4, maybe 5. Carly told me, or I found out, that she was on 10 milligrams a day, which surprised me. It is rare for me to see a teenager on that high a dose, unless they've either have really significant behavioral problems and been on a lot of antipsychotics before, or they have a serious mental illness like schizophrenia.
And what's the highest dose of Abilify?
So typically 10 to 15 milligrams a day is considered the maximum dose. Abilify is an antipsychotic medication used to treat conditions like schizophrenia. Most typically, again, 10 to 15 milligrams a day. It's also used for many other things, right? It's used to help with depression. It's used to help with kind of emotional overload. It's used to help as a mood stabilizer. But 10 to 15 milligrams a day is kind of the typical upper limit.
What, if any, issues, when you spoke with Mr. Smiley, what, if any, issues did he note for you in regards to Carly having time loss or memory loss issues?
I apologize for this moment. I actually had not finished answering your last question. No, I'm sorry. You had asked me about the significance of the records.
Yes.
In addition to Carly reporting these command auditory hallucinations, including those that hurt her mother, and the fact that she denied it to me and had denied it to the other investigator, the other expert, I thought was really quite striking. I thought it was quite striking. And so what I took from that is that it was most likely that Carly was denying and minimizing the auditory hallucinations. I thought, I have to think, is she malingering here, right? Isn't this convenient that she's coming up with this story now after she's been arrested, right? That's probably the central question. I would think if she was malingering, she'd be leading with this. The voices told me to do it. She denied it up and down with me. So the fact that she had it now was saying no, I thought was really fit with the pattern that she was denying and minimizing what had happened.
What do you mean by malingering?
Sure. So malingering is when an individual fakes it, I guess, or comes up with symptoms or exaggerates symptoms for some secondary gain, like to get something. And so, for example, if someone who's, let's say, has an opioid addiction, might come into the emergency room complaining of some sort of pain in order to get they'll make it up in order to get opioid. In this situation, Carly has a lot of incentive to say it wasn't my fault, right? Obviously, she has a lot of incentive. And so the question is she telling us these things now because she wants to try to get out of it?
Right. Yeah.
I'm still giving a long-winded answer to your
you're fine. Go ahead.
question. So her being on Abilify, I think is very important. And the fact that Carly reports, and she's been very consistent about this, once she got on Abilify and once the Lexapro was stopped, she felt good. She has felt like her mood is really pretty good and the mood swings have stopped. So she's very consistent in saying this works for me. So I think that's striking. The auditory hallucinations, or the disappearing auditory hallucinations, are striking. And then the third thing is, Carly was reported by the clinicians to have been crying every day for months, to be have been quite distraught, quite depressed, quite hopeless, very sad, just tearful from April through May and then June. And then since July or August, her mood was much better. She still, I think, misses her mother tremendously, she said to me, but she says her mood is better. I realized I was actually, preparing for this yesterday, and I was reading this, and I realized the pattern that this represents, I think, is a pattern of what's called bipolar depression, a pattern of depression that occurs after a manic or a mixed state. So that typically when someone with bipolar disorder has mood elevation or a mixed state, a lot of agitation, it's followed by a crash, that they will frequently, for some people, really quite predictably, they'll have a terrible bout of depression, which is deeper and longer lasting than most depressions. It really can be quite awful. And then they can feel much better. So for me, looking at how awful Carly felt for those 2 or maybe 3 month period of time, and then how much better she felt after that. To me, that's very consistent with a pattern of, again, bipolar depression that comes in after having had a manic or hypomanic episode.
Isn't it fair to say, though, that one of the reasons Carly might have been, having these daily long crying spells was because of her circumstances?
I think that's very fair to say. I think absolutely. I was struck by how distraught she was throughout, really for a long period of time, and then how much better she felt relatively quickly by the end of the summer, where she's still in the same circumstances as she was before. What I take from that is there's likely a biological component to that. I'm not saying she didn't miss her mother. I'm not saying this is anything but a terrible position for her to be in, but I think there's a biological component.
And is Abilify the first time, based on your interview of Carly and the records she reviewed, that she was put on an antipsychotic medication?
Yes. And as I mentioned, Abilify can have significant mood stabilizing properties. So in the treatment of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2, the first order of business is to stabilize someone's mood. That's sometimes done with a mood stabilizer like lithium, but also medications like Abilify are frequently used to help stabilize someone's mood.
And what, if any, other medications was Carly also on after she arrived to the Rankin County Correctional Facility?
So she was kept on the Lexapro medication after she arrived, and then, as I mentioned, on March 28th, the dose was increased from 5 milligrams to 10 milligrams, and then she was on the Lexapro 10 milligrams for approximately a month.
And was she switched from Lexapro to another medication?
So in April, she was switched from Lexapro to a medication called Celexa.
And can you tell us a little bit about Celexa?
So Celexa is another of the SSRI antidepressant medications commonly used in most teenagers and adults.
And how is Celexa related to Lexapro?
So Celexa and Lexapro are similar medications. I think of them, if you think of all the SSRIs, there are like 5 or 6 SSRIs, think of them as cousins. They have similarities but real differences. I think of maybe Lexapro and Celexa as siblings. They have more similarities, but they still have differences. So they are different medications. They have different Food and Drug Administration approvals. They have different responses. People can respond differently.
I used to say that.
It's because he's talking about food and drug. I understand he's explaining it, for people to understand. But it's like, what's the difference in the mental state? Like, what would it do in the mind? You know what I mean? What would it do to your chemical makeup in your moods? Is what I want to know.
Yeah.
Well, I take Lexapro. I take 10 milligrams, but for me, it's like it just kind of. It's like, so you're not feeling like, I gotta go do this, or like that's it's not like a real, it's not a heavy, it's just I don't even feel anything, because I told myself, but I made sure I made a point, because I remember one time they had given me one and they didn't tell me that I was going to crave cheeses and carbohydrates and breads, and I gained like 40 pounds. And I'm like, and they're like, oh yeah, you didn't know that this medication makes you, get that you're gonna crave all the fattening stuff, all the stuff that's gonna make you get fat. And I gained like 40 pounds in like 2 months, dude. And I told him, I said, take me off of that. I said, I want something that I'm not gonna feel like a cloudy effect, or where I'm not gonna feel like I'm not myself. I don't want to feel like I'm not myself, like where I feel like it's lingering. You know how sometimes they give you some medication and their people are not just themselves. It doesn't seem like they're themselves. So they gave me Lexapro. And it's only 10 milligrams, and it's a tiny little pill, and it works wonders. Let me tell you, because it's just so I don't feel like that cloud over your head sometimes. Like, oh, I don't want to get up today. I just want to lounge around and not do nothing. Not like really deep depression, but just like you just don't want to do nothing. You just want to just not go nowhere, kind of thing. So it would give me more motivation. Just I would actually just get up in the morning and actually feel like I wanted to do something during the day.
Right. Yeah.
I take Cymbalta, and that's Celexa and something else together, and that seems to work good for me.
Yeah.
But what I've noticed on here is a lot of people wrong diagnose from instead of bipolar and depression, they're given the wrong medication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I get scared of. And they gave me, because at first they had given me trazodone because I have ADHD. So my brain doesn't shut down. I can rest my body, but my brain is still going a mile a minute, And so they had given me they had given me that medication, but they said that they originally used it for to lower blood pressure, like for like to people had like like not high blood pressure, but it was used for to lower blood pressure too, but it helps people sleep. And I was like, I don't want to be mixing medications because you never know, because like we're all human and they could have human air. A pharmacist could have human air, and I'm taking, they wanted to give me the what is it, the Ambien, and I didn't want to mix it. I was afraid that if I took the thing that was supposed to, they use to lower blood pressure, then they want to give me Ambien too. I'm like, I can go in like a respiratory, like, where it's so slow and slow down. I'm scared of stuff like that. I won't mix
Ambien.
Yeah. Wow. That's good information, you guys. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chopper, you can come on up, sure.
But if they would have given her the right medication, this probably wouldn't have happened.
And I think too, with her hormones and her being a teenager, and like, just the changes that you're physically, that your body's going through. And then, if you have, they're trying to figure out what's going on. It's kind of hard, you would think, because teenagers are already difficult as it is. You know what I mean? Because they're going through all these changes and they're awkward stages. And so they don't know who they are.
Every teenager needs to go get evaluated like this guy did her.
Yeah. But I'm saying, when you're a teen, you don't know who you are. You're trying to figure out who you are as an adult. Like you're turning into a little adult, and and you're trying to figure out where do you fit in, and so there's a lot of like emotional and psychological stuff that goes on just being a teenager. Let alone if you had some type of psychological issues.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So them fluctuating her medication could have really messed her up. It could have very easily.
Oh, I'm sure it did, especially when it's in between that week of her quitting the Cymbalta or not Cymbalta, but the Zoloft, and it fucked her up, dude. But
some of the doctors and psychiatrists, like they don't think about that. They're just and it's not like they do it on purpose, but I'm sure they have so many cases, and then if you're in the field for so many years, sometimes it becomes, like things gonna get blended in, and that's why I get worried. I'm like, I'll make sure I read all the instructions, like, when they give you the little packet, it's to see side effects and stuff. I'm like, nope, I'm not doing it, because sometimes it could do a human error, just by mistake, not realizing one drug could counteract a different one in a whole different way.
Yeah, exactly. How are you, Chopper? Hello.
Hi. So, discussing the medication portion of this, anybody that has ADHD, we have to be very super cautious what we take. Because, for example, you can have one doctor that says, okay, I think I'm going to try to put you on this medication, right? What would typically, like, for example, what you're talking about, like misdiagnosing, ADHD can be misdiagnosed, like, you can misdiagnose it with other disorders. That's why you have to seek a professional, not a regular doctor. A psychiatrist, a psychologist to actually determine what you actually have. Because what I'm saying, what's dangerous about it is the reason why I'm explaining what's dangerous about it is if you treat one disorder, like if you have ADHD and they try to treat it like let's say autism or whatnot. This can backfire and actually make the person that has this disorder suicidal.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of men can't take Celexa.
I cannot take Celexa. I was on it.
In women, they said it's harder to diagnose because women don't get diagnosed because they have a different symptoms. Like, so a little boy, if it's a young boy that has ADHD, they're more likely to bounce off the walls. Women or girls, they don't get diagnosed till later on in life because we're more recluse because it's a struggle. It's a struggle to have ADHD because sometimes, people think that you do it on purpose or you interrupt people on purpose or you don't understand something completely and you don't want people to know because females are more like, I don't want people to know that I'm having a hard time or them to notice. So they don't really display the struggles until later on in life when they actually turn into adults and have to execute, because it's your executive function. So it's executing things and having to follow through with certain tasks or certain things that you have to do in your life. So when you become an adult, then all of a sudden you realize that you can't follow through with anything. You're late to your appointments and you're just like, I don't understand what's going on. And I got diagnosed at 37. They said you've probably had it your whole life. You just never were diagnosed. They told me.
That's true. That happens a lot. But I will say one thing with ADHD, even if you're female or not, or a male, you can be diagnosed with it at any age. It might come out later on with females, more like usually whatnot.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's a little harder, like the percentage wise for women, it's a little harder for you as a young.
Here's the truth about it, about ADHD. In other disorders like this is hereditary. If you have it, most likely your child's gonna have it.
Right.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, I was told, like when I was growing up, when maybe like first grade, whatnot, the teacher's like, I recommend sending him to the doctor because I think he might have it. My parents did not want to medicate me, and this is an issue because this affects me now because they did not medicate me when I needed to be medicated at an early age. I have more problems now because of it.
Yeah, and a lot of it's like your not your self-esteem, but just like you don't feel like confident sometimes. It weighs on your confidence sometimes, and it's more of an inner conversation that you have. Not necessarily people will know or understand, but like it's more of an internal conversation that we have with ourselves because we want to be able to accomplish things and finish things and follow through and be able to be social.
I want to jump on this topic right here. When people want to say like, okay, well, you're lazy or whatnot, here's the truth. You want to think that we're lazy. Imagine having 10 TVs on in your head. And all these TVs are constantly rolling. Okay. So when people are like, well, you're lazy, come inside our minds.
Right.
Because if you come inside our minds, you'll be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I call it going down five different roads, 5 different directions at the same time.
Exactly.
The medication that what the medication does is it turns off all TVs. We have 10 TVs on. The medication does is turn all of them off besides one.
Right, so you can focus on that.
That's just one. That's just one area, though.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
I mean, I think that doesn't even touch depression itself.
Right,
Yes.
but it's like ADHD is a real thing, and I think people that don't understand depression comes along with it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah.
you don't-
ADHD. When you have ADHD, you're more likely to have other disorders alongside with the ADHD. Usually, you have another disorder that comes hand in hand with ADHD. It could be anxiety. It could be depression. For me, it was OCD.
Mood regulation.
I think this is a good idea if you do have a teenager that's having anxiety problems and having some issues that you don't quite know. Take them out into nature. My mom did this for me when I was a teenager, and this was the first time I had like a real depression. Like there's being depressed, and then there's a real depression, and it was so heavy.
I agree.
It was so heavy I couldn't get out of it, and so she took me to the park, and we just went out in nature and breathing techniques for anxiety, and just try and do these things with your teenagers to see if it will help.
The more you try to ignore, that. Let's say you have a child. The more you try to ignore that your child has a problem, the higher the odds that you're going to have bigger problems down the road with that child.
Well, that's a whole nother issue, honey.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
That's right. That's right. I think healing time.
We're all over the place. ADHD, we're all over the place. We jump. We can talk about the same topic, but then we will try to to clarify what we're trying to explain by using another example. Then another example.
Yeah. I think Healing Time made a good point too about how our diets can affect our mental health.
Dude, our diet affects every fucking thing we do. Everything.
Yes.
Everything.
An example I can give is that my sister's grandson, they were having troubles with him, and he was diagnosed with ADHD. And they still, even after diagnosis, had a little bit of troubles with him and stuff. And then they cut out all sugar out of his diet.
Sugar. It's completely sugar.
And he did so much better.
Mhm.
I mean, he still has, he still has issues here and there, whatever, little problems or whatever. But he really did so much better. After they cut out all of his sugar.
I recommend also, if you're going to cut out the sugar, I recommend also to make sure your child is actually sleeping.
Yes,
absolutely. Yes, lots of good sleep, yes.
Yeah, that's right.
It's very, very important. I feel so bad for these little ones that go to school and they, their parents are not getting them to bed until 11 fucking 12 o'clock at night. They can't.
No.
I can't.
Yeah.
How are they supposed to function?
Yeah, absolutely. That's very true. That's very true.
Schedule, diet, and nature is everything in life. I swear to God.
This is one thing you do not ask a person with ADHD to
would be great if people have that, but we gotta think of all the people that don't have those things, certain circumstances in life, just like the way their life is kind of, sometimes they don't have that in their life, so they kind of got to maintain and try to figure out who they are on their own because they just circumstances in life, just whatever might have transpired with maybe not good parenting or whatever the case may be. So, so hopefully, we just gotta be able to advocate for people that do struggle with any kind of mental illness or mental, struggles, and we gotta make sure that it's not a stigma. Some people think there's nothing wrong with me, this and that. It's not a stigma. It's good to have that sounding board to sound off on, so then you can have the outsider looking in and saying, okay, this is what I'm hearing you say, and you can get a better understanding of who you are.
With ADHD, you have to take it, like if you have a child with ADHD, here's the truth. You just have to take a different route about doing things.
You have to fucking pay attention, is what it is.
It's the same route as raising a child. It's just a different route that you're taking with the child.
You have to get them the help that they need, and you have to do it.
Exactly.
You have to do it.
And don't think that you're going to be able to teach anybody with ADHD, because this is one thing that we struggle with.
Okay, let's get back to this.
You cannot teach us to multitask.
Chopper. Let's get back to this case. I think with this case, this is not right. For them to charge her with first degree murder, I do not believe that this is right in this case.
No way. Yeah, that's interesting.
If she's on medications and she's like, for example, if she's smoking marijuana or whatnot, that's changing the chemical compound in the mind.
I'm talking about now.
Yeah.
I'm talking about now.
Are you upset or are you irritated? It sounds like you're a little irritated.
What?
It sounds like you just seem a little flustered.
Well, I'm not flustered. I am flustered because I don't think this is right. I think she was all fucked up in the head.
Yeah, we're just having a conversation.
Not her.
Well, that's what I was explaining. If she was on medication and she was smoking, let's say smoking weed or even drinking alcohol, you're changing the chemical compound.
I get that part. Yeah. I'm talking about after. I'm talking about after she has gotten on the right path, which she is right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can understand that.
Yeah.
She's not smoking weed right now. She's not, they're getting her to the right path because she got diagnosed in the right way. She wasn't fucking depressed. She was bipolar.
Yeah.
And
now that they've got her straight,
he's just giving his thoughts. That's all he's doing. He's not saying about who she is. He's just giving his thoughts about it. Just like we all are.
But I think a part of it is
bed.
I think what a part of it is.
I'm gonna go, Chopper. I'm gonna go. I love you all. Take care. And this was a
Okay.
great night. And
Thank you so much, Crazy. I love you, girl.
And honey.
Okay.
And let me know.
Yes, I will text you when I get up in the morning.
Okay, honey.
Or the afternoon, whatever.
Everybody have a beautiful day tomorrow, and we'll see what drama we can come up with tomorrow.
All right. Okay. I love you, girl.
All right,
Thanks
honey,
for
love
joining.
you too.
Appreciate
Good
it.
night.
Bye-bye,
All
guys.
right. Good night. Good night.
Good night.
But when I was getting to the point about the diagnosing it,
Yeah.
a lot of the times I think it's just regular physician doctors that are trying to diagnose this. They're not actually professionals, and I think that's partly the issue. What a lot of these disorders get overlooked.
Yeah.
Because you, like, for example, if you ever got it, if you have ADHD, they give you kind of like a survey, and you have to ask all these different questions. But like I explained, a lot of disorders are similar in a way, so you can misdiagnose something.
Yeah. Yeah. That's very true. That's very, very true. Okay, we got to take a second to say hello to your Kiwi mate. You've been hanging in the back there for a little bit. How are you, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. I'm just enjoying the show. Nice to be here. Nice to be here. You're doing a great show. This is very interesting. Nice to see something different from all the Idaho 4, Sumner Wells, Sebastian, all the crap.
Yeah,
so in this case, to tell you the truth, I haven't been paying attention, but I will next time. But I don't want to say anything too controversial. I'm not here just to look pretty. So you continue.
Alrighty. Okay, let's have a listen to this a little bit. Where are we at? We're 3:00 in the morning. We'll go for another 30 minutes, you guys, and then I'm gonna have to call it a night because I'm starting to feel really tired. But I want to try to get through as much of this as we can. There is a break coming up here, and then I don't know who else is. Oh, he continues too. So we can catch up on the rest. If we don't get all the way through, we'll catch up on the rest tomorrow. So, okay, here we go.
Before you,
you're all good.
Before you diagnose a person or diagnose traits, what methodology do you typically adhere to?
Are you speaking of traits or psychiatric diagnosis? I'm not sure I understand.
Traits.
So there's something called personality traits. And I guess I should back up and say there's also something called personality disorders. So personality disorders, we've probably heard many of them, like for example, narcissistic personality disorder, are conditions in psychiatry that are supposed to represent an enduring maladaptive pattern of behavior. So for someone it's like bred in the bone, right? For someone who acts in a certain way on a regular basis in a way that doesn't work for them or the people around them, they can be given the diagnosis of a personality disorder. For people that want to point in that direction, but maybe not go as far as, say, a personality disorder, they can talk about personality traits. Maybe someone has narcissistic traits, for example, rather than the full disorder. And so in answer to your question, how do you diagnose? I'll say maybe two things. One is they're hardly ever, in actual clinical practice, it's hardly ever done. I almost never see someone who's been diagnosed with a personality disorder. You read about it a lot of books on the shelf about it, but it's just not very terribly helpful in practice, and it can be really stigmatizing. I mean, if you say, and what do you can say to your patient? Oh, I'm diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, and they will never come back. And you really need to know someone well to do it, right? It's not just how they are in this particular interview with them, but it's about how they are over time in many different settings. So you have to know a person really quite well if indeed you choose to do it.
And what, if any, signs of personality traits did you observe in Carly?
So I've really testified already. I think I observed her to be somewhat dutiful, to want to be a good kid, to want to please her mother, to be a good student. I mean, she had a degree of confidence about being a good student and being like one of the smartest kids in the school. And beyond that, I really saw her as kind of falling within the normal range of an adolescent girl, aside from her mental health conditions.
And based on your observations and interview with Carly and the documents you reviewed and her family members that you spoke to, would you characterize Carly as callous?
Really, on the contrary. So callous referring to, I guess, not having feelings, not having empathy. There is a term in psychology of callous unemotional traits, typically referring to individuals, many of whom go on to become have serious problems with the law. Individuals who just don't care, don't have real attachments, don't have real empathy, who are just, I guess, cold and often cruel, and limited ability to experience remorse. And I don't see that with Carly at all.
Based on your interview and observation of Carly and also your discussions with her family members, would you describe Carly as diabolical?
No.
Would you ever describe someone as diabolical that you're evaluating?
I can't imagine that I would, no.
So what, if anything, did Carly tell you occurred on the Sunday prior to the incident of March 19th, which was a Tuesday?
So Carly told me that she had been put on Lexapro on March 12th, and that she found that almost immediately, very quickly, her mood swings were worse, that she was having lower lows and higher highs in that week leading up to March 19th. She told me that the voices were getting worse, that they were becoming more urgent, more insistent, more of a problem for her. And then she told me that on that Sunday, March 17th, that she had smoked marijuana that morning, that her mother and stepfather had gone to the store. She was alone in the house. She smoked some marijuana, and that she had about a 20-minute experience where her thoughts were racing, her thoughts were jumbled. She was really frightened, and she kind of fell to the floor because she wasn't sure that she was going to be able to control her body. She said it was a very scary experience for her, unlike anything she'd had before, and that after about 20 minutes it passed, and then she was sort of back to herself.
And how can we make sense of the fact that a low dose of a widely used antidepressant could have such an impact on Carly's symptoms so quickly?
So the SSRI medications are widely used, generally considered safe, approved by the Food and Drug Administration, and most adolescents do just fine with them. They don't always work all that well. Sometimes they do, but there are a small number of individuals that have dramatically bad responses to these medications, most particularly in terms of suicidality, right? So there's a small number of individuals, it's thought to be maybe 1 or 2% of people that take the medication, where fairly quickly they can become quite suicidal, just kind of out of the blue. They had not been suicidal before, they're given a medication like Prozac, and all of a sudden they get suicidal. So the Food and Drug Administration has mandated what's called a black box warning, which is that when you get your package insert from the medication, there's a thick, heavy black box that says warning. You need to be worried about, for individuals, for adolescents from the ages of 16 to 24, you need to worry about the risk of suicidal ideation caused by this medication. For a long time, the Food and Drug Administration recommended weekly meetings with your prescriber just to check in. So, and I will say in my experience, I've had many patients who have reported going on an SSRI medication and just having an awful response. They say, I just felt terrible and I had to stop it immediately. So it's not common, but it happens. And if I may, for an individual, as I just mentioned earlier, with bipolar disorder, there's a risk that an antidepressant medication is
I'm about to crash, so
aggravate their mood difficulties.
Would that be especially true if they are not already taking a mood stabilizing drug?
Yes, and I think it's often the case that an individual, once their mood is stabilized by a mood stabilizing medication like Abilify, once their mood is stabilized, they're able to tolerate an antidepressant. Sometimes it can be really helpful for them. So it's not surprising to me that Carly now is on a mood stabilizer medication, Abilify, and is able to tolerate Celexa, and the combination seems to work for her.
What, if anything, did Carly tell you about the events on March 19th?
What Carly told me was that she had woken up that morning groggy and irritable. She had not smoked marijuana. She had a hard time paying attention in class the first time that had happened. That she went to, she typically got a ride home from her mother, who was a math teacher at the school. And so that she went to the mother's classroom at the end of that day. And that the mother, I guess, informed her that she knew that Carly had been smoking marijuana. Carly told me that she said that her mother had a sixth sense about it. I don't think that Carly knew that someone else, a friend of hers, had told the mother. But Carly told me that the mother knew that she'd been smoking marijuana, that they drove home as usual, that when they got home, Carly went to the backyard to let the dogs out, and that her memory went blank at that point. And that her memory came back as she was standing by the side of the road, having crawled out of a drainage pipe, wet, and the police officer came by and picked her up. So she said that for that period of time, she had no memory whatsoever of what had happened.
Now, Dr. Clark, were you in the courtroom earlier today?
I was.
And what, if anything, did you hear about Carly having disclosed to a friend about her auditory delusions?
So what I heard this morning was that Carly's friend SK reported or testified that Carly had told her before the incident that she was hearing voices. We also have her journal entry.
And were you also in the courtroom when some body camera footage was played?
Yes.
What, if anything, stood out to you about that?
I think the only thing that stood out is that it sounded to me as if Carly was concerned about the welfare of her stepfather.
And were you able to hear anything on the body camera footage in regards to Carly's answer when they asked her, when they were doing the gunpowder residue test, and they asked her, which hand she used to shoot a gun? Do you recall which her response?
I actually didn't hear that particular response.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe about Carly's grief?
So what I observed was that Carly, even though she said her mood was stable for the first time in years, that she continued to miss her mother very much. She missed her mother very much, and she had been really having a very difficult time in the time since the incident.
What, if any, diagnostic impressions did you come to based on the records you reviewed, your experience, your expertise, your evaluation of Carly and the family members that you spoke to?
Yeah, so I think I have maybe 4. So just to say, number 1, her mood disorder. Right, so I gave her the diagnosis of bipolar 2, and I saw her as having suffered from some significant depression, and then some hypomanic episodes, and then worsening a mood disorder that was worsened by the Lexapro medication from March 12th onward. I also gave her the diagnosis of, it's a terrible name, other specified schizophrenia, spectrum, and related psychotic disorders, really referring to the auditory hallucinations. So I think that I understood the voices she was hearing when she was younger as being notable, but not necessarily psychosis. I mean, they were there, but it didn't really seem to affect her. But I also understood that certainly in the week or weeks leading up to the incident, the voices were becoming more prominent, more urgent, more of a problem. And I think it's reasonable to conclude that the voices were likely not just saying to her, "Oh, you're better than that guy." I think that, at least in my experience and my understanding, is that when the voices become really urgent like that, they typically say something much more concerning than "Oh, you're better than that guy." I give weight to the records from Vital Core where Carly was reporting command auditory hallucinations shortly after she was arrested. I think, and I give weight to SK's testimony this morning, and I give weight to Carly's journal entry from March 12th. I'm not even sure that we've talked about, all to indicate that the voices, I think, were becoming a really significant problem for her, and likely really had crossed over into the domain of what I would call psychosis. I think that I don't know whether the Lexapro was making the voices worse. I think the voices were already getting worse by March 12th before she started Lexapro. I can say, I think with some confidence, I think Lexapro was making the mood disorder worse. I'm not sure that was responsible for the voices getting worse.
Dr. Clark, is it fair to say that if someone is experiencing bulimia while they're also taking prescription medication, it can be hard to know how much of the dosage they're actually retaining in their system?
It can be hard to know, I think, depending on how frequent the bulimia is and when the self-induced vomiting occurs.
Is it fair to say that transitioning?
All right, you guys, I am going to have to call it a night. I'll call it a night. I feel so bad that that we didn't make it through this. You guys know how I feel about leaving a video not done. But my eyes are closing on me, and they're telling me it's time to go to bed. So I'm definitely gonna crawl into bed here pretty darn quick. Yes, sir.
I'm going to start up live in about 2 or 3 or 4 minutes. So if anyone's desperate and lonely, come and join me. We have some fun.
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys are up and stuff, go on over to your Kiwi mate and hang out with him for a little while.
Yeah, I'm number 1 on YouTube.
There we go.
Mr. Beast sort of fannied out. So I'm number 1 now. Thank you.
You're number 1.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Support Westby, and she's a very good lady from Canada, very kind soul. So thank you, everyone. Wow. And I'll be live in about 2 minutes. God bless you, everyone.
Right. I appreciate you. Have a great night. Have a good life, too. All right, you guys. I am so sorry that we didn't finish this. But, you know, it is what it is. So, can someone post his link? Oh, let me see if I can find it here. I should be able to. I think his name is pretty, oops, I should spell Kiwi correctly. I mean, you guys will probably find it for me anyways. Oh, there we go, Stitchin. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that. So there's a link, you guys, for Kiwi. So go on and hang out with him. He's pretty funny. He's gonna like, he writes songs and he does all kinds of things. So go on and check us out. Check him out. All right, you guys. Oh my gosh, this was a really long one. I know it was some of it, you know, testimony can be sometimes a little dull, but I think that we learned a lot about this case. So I will put the link for this particular video. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Shit. Okay, just give me a second. You know, when you like click paste.
Someone is experiencing bulimia.
Hang on. Okay. Oh, I did it again. Okay, I know I'm really tired when I can't even fucking copy a goddamn link.
Know whether the Lexapro is making the voices worse. I think the voices were already getting worse by March 12th before she started Lexapro. I can say.
Okay. Okay, so this link that I'm putting in right now is the link to this video that we're watching and that we didn't finish. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. But anyways, it's getting a little late for me. Well, not really a little late for me, but I'm really feeling really tired. My eyes are starting to close. So I'm like, I'm nodding my head over here. So anyways, excuse me. Oh, choppers. Oh, you need subscribers. Oh, before you can go live. Okay, everybody. Yes, Stitchin just put in choppers link. So if you have not subbed up to Chopper, hit the link and go give him a sub. Go give him a sub. All right, you guys. Well, this was a really, really good live. I think we learned a lot, and we had some fun. We had some laughs. We had a couple of arguments. You know, I mean, it's all good, right? It's all good stuff. So, you know. Feet pics for Nightbot. Jeez. You're getting ready little by little to be ready to go live. That's awesome, Chopper. That's awesome. You'll do good. You'll do good. You're comfortable. You're getting more comfortable anyways. On panel. So yeah, you do really, really good. So thank you, Keith. I appreciate you being here. It's always good to see you. Hello, Ellen. Hi, sweetheart. One safe group where everyone can be themselves. Yes, and yes, I fully agree. I totally agree with that. That's exactly how I want my place to be too. So yeah. Alrighty, you guys. I am going to. Oh, we could do this. Let me pull up really quickly. So tomorrow we will pick up this. We will quickly get through the end of what was, well, yeah, yesterday's testimony, and we'll pick up on tomorrow's, which is day 4. So it'll be interesting. This why the hell can't I found? Oh, I didn't go down far enough. God, that pisses me off. Anyway, sorry. Just talking to myself over here. Okay, I'm just gonna pick. Okay, it's kind of actually maybe this one, because this one's really nice. What did I? Okay, here we go. All righty. Well, seeing how it is, fall outside. Hang on, actually, we'll do this one instead. I'm still here. Just give me a second, you guys. Like, oh my gosh, she went quiet. Did she fall asleep? No, I didn't. I'm just trying to pull up something cozy for you guys. There we go. It's fall outside, rain, lots of rain in the fall. A little bit colder, so we're gonna hang out inside today. Anyways, when I go live, I'm just gonna chill and do my thing. Keith, I can't wait to go live. That's awesome. That's awesome. I can't wait to chill with you. Oh, it'll be awesome. So, we'll probably have the closing arguments tomorrow too. I think so. Yes, the state is already arrested, and I don't imagine that the defense is gonna have a ton of stuff to go through. Like I don't know, but anyways, yes, listening but working. Thank you, T, for listening. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to kick my butt out of here. And I'm going to go to bed. Everybody that's been hanging around with me all night long, go to bed. Get your ass to bed. Okay? Get your ass to bed. Sleep well, everybody, and leave your mother's guns where they're at. Absolutely. Okay, you know what? I don't actually like that one. I really don't. Stop screen. That one's actually kind of a little bit annoying. Hang on here. We got something better. We definitely have something better. I don't know. I think we did that one yesterday. Oh, maybe it was this one. Let's try this one. That one was kind of annoying. It was a little bit noisy, and I wasn't happy with it. So, you know. So. Oh, that's much better. That's more the wispy style. There we go. That's a little bit better. That one is much better. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. That one's much better. All right, you guys. Thank you, T. Sweet dreams to you, too. Sweet dreams to you. Good night, Leather. Good night, Healing Time. Chopper, thank you for being a panel guest on Wispy's Live tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you to all my panel guests. Sweet Crazy, you know I love you. Infamous, you're my girl. You're my girl. Alrighty, guys. Have a great night. Always remember, please, bring back up when you're out there on these streets. It's pretty fucking rough out there lately. So, you know, anyways, yeah, it's, you know, anyways. Check on your loved ones. Have some sweet dreams tonight. And, what else is it? Oh yeah, right. Do me a favor and put me up on the big screen. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with me. Bye.